Chapter 1252. Hearing all of this, Mu Bingmei's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but bitterly smile. No matter where he went, he would always do something shocking. Li Qianmei also listened attentively. She bit her lower lip, but there was a smile in her bright eyes. She looked up at the sky and felt very happy. Lu Yanfei's entire mind went blank, and it took a long time for her to recover. The shock in her heart was suppressed by joy. She knew that he hadn't forgotten the promise from 100 years ago. He had crossed the rank 6, 7, and 8 regions to arrive. Even Wang Shanshan had a strange expression in her eyes. She couldn't help recalling her own illusions in her mind. Within the illusions, a white-haired man in white robes was approaching from afar with a shocking whistling sound. She was just very puzzled as to why he knew the war spirit print. Lu Yinsong revealed a wry smile. He didn't expect Brother Lu to cause such a stir before he even arrived. This had nothing to do with him. It was because of the words of the 2 everlasting sect elders. The entire everlasting sect was completely silent. The everlasting sect's sect master let out a deep breath. He had to believe it. At this moment, he no longer looked at this mysterious person as a junior, but as someone of the same generation. Lu Yanfei, don't go back. Just wait here. I presume that once the rank 6 competition is over, your Grand Uncle Master will arrive. The everlasting sect's sect master let out a dry cough and revealed a look of admiration toward a junior disciple as he looked at Lu Yanfei. Li Qianmei didn't leave, but sat down beside Wang Shanshan at her invitation. The moment she sat down, Mu Bingmei's eyes swept over like lightning. The 2 women's gazes narrowed for a moment with Wang Shanshan between them. Wang Shanshan was in the middle, and after introducing the 2 of them, her body suddenly turned cold. She blinked and leaned back a bit. This allowed Mu Bingmei and Li Qianmei to look at each other without any barrier. Mu Bingmei looked at Li Qianmei for a long time before withdrawing her gaze. She softly but coldly said, "Lady Li is indeed a natural beauty, and your cultivation is extraordinary." Li Qianmei was a quiet person, so she didn't understand why this beautiful stranger was looking at her. The moment the stranger looked away, Li Qianmei softly said, "In terms of beauty, I can't compare to fellow Taoist Mu." The members of the everlasting sect seemed to be looking forward to this competition even more. However, they were looking forward to the person the 2 elders had mentioned. The competition of the rank 6 subsects didn't seem to be exciting, but there was one person who stood out like Lu Yunsong in the past. This person was the 6th Order Giant Spirit sect's eldest disciple, named Yuan Fei. He had been in seclusion for many years and had left the sect many years ago, only returning 200 years ago. He looked middle-aged and was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. His attacks were extremely vicious, and anyone who fought him would be seriously injured. He was the #1 disciple of the rank 6 subsect. If it wasn't for the fact that he had left for many years, the Celestial Music sect wouldn't have won and Lu Yingjie wouldn't have become famous. This time, he represented the younger generation of the sect, so even Lu Yingjie was worried. He silently sneered and didn't come out. This caused Yuan Fei to be in the limelight for a while. At this moment, he stood on the platform, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked at the main sect. His gaze was still on Mu Bingmei and company, and he didn't hide the fanaticism in his eyes at all. "I wonder how I fare against the mysterious person fellow Taoist Li spoke of." His voice echoed like thunder. Li Qianmei's expression was calm. She glanced at Yuan Fei on the platform and only said 2 words. "Inferior." Yuan Fei fell silent, and then smiled lightly as if he didn't mind at all. His eyes flashed and landed on Lu Yunsong, who was on the viewing platform. He said coldly, "Lu Yunsong, I went out for the last competition and didn't return. Do you still want to challenge me today?" Lu Yunsong's eyes became cold. After a long time, he said, "If the Origin sect's Brother Lu comes, then I don't mind fighting you." Time slowly passed, and the competition of the rank 6 sects was coming to an end. However, the Origin sect's Lu Ziheo that everyone was waiting for still hadn't arrived. The rank 7 sects were about to begin their competition. In the past, the rank 4, 5, and 6 sects were only a transition. The real excitement was in the rank 7 sections. However, the rank 5 region's first place hadn't been decided yet, so it would be a bit inappropriate to continue. There were also many cultivators watching, and many of them were from other sections. As a result, it was even more inappropriate for the rank 5 sects to continue. While Feng Hai hesitated, he looked at the sect master. The old man pondered a bit, and then looked at Lu Yinfei and Lu Yinsong. As the sect master, he naturally had to pay attention to the overall situation. The competition was a grand event, so it was indeed inappropriate for the rank 5 sects to continue delaying. We have already waited. Even if that Lu Zihao comes later, he can't say anything. The eyes of the old man in white lit up, and he said, Lu Yinsong, Lu Yinfei, the two of you enter the platform and complete the competition between the rank 5 sects. After he spoke, he immediately caught the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. Lu Yinsong silently pondered for a bit before the old man in white. He stood up and clasped his hands at Lu Yinfei before flying toward the platform. Lu Yinfei bit her lower lip. Although she knew that the other party was likely on his way, right now she had a fight. After letting out a sigh, Lu Yinfei turned into a butterfly and flew toward the platform. She slowly landed on it, and her eyes became even more determined. Even if he doesn't come, I'm going to continue this battle. This was a private matter of the everlasting sect, so Li Qianmei had no reason to interfere. She silently looked at Lu Yinfei's figure and made up her mind. If the Origin sect was disbanded, she would take everyone from the Origin sect to the Heaven-breaking sect. When Lu Yinsong and Lu Yinfei arrived on the platform, the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators all became silent, and their gazes focused on them. The Origin sect had become the center of attention due to one person. This was the first time a small sect had been remembered by countless cultivators. All of this was because of that person who hadn't arrived yet. Not everyone's gazes were kind. The celestial music sect's Lu Yingjie stared at Lu Yinfei and Lu Yinsong with a vicious gaze. That laughable person, didn't you all say he would come? I want to see if he is really as you all say. Lu Yingjie clenched his fist. Further off in the direction of the mountain-seeking sect, dark clouds filled the air. Zhao Long had lost his fleshly body, leaving behind only his nascent divinity. He floated next to the grand elder and sect master of the mountain-seeking sect, his expression listless. However, the venom in his eyes far surpassed that of LV Yingjie. Brother Zhao, rest assured, the old man will not let this matter go. If that person doesn't come, it's fine, but once he does, the old man will make him die on the spot. Even if Li Qianmei tries to stop him, she is only her. She doesn't represent the heaven-breaking sect. We won't offend her, but that mysterious person named Lu must die. What had happened on the platform was too far away, so aside from the people of the everlasting sect, no one else knew. They had only seen a blurry image and couldn't see it clearly. There was also Yuan Fei from the rank 6 sect. His eyes glittered as he stared at the two people on the platform. A cold smile could be seen on his face. He really hoped that the mysterious person would show up so that he could personally witness what kind of divine abilities this person had. Lu Yinfei calmly stood there, and a sense of loneliness slowly appeared in her heart. She didn't care about being watched by countless people, but the person she had been waiting for 100 years still hadn't appeared. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't stay. She turned toward Lu Yinsong and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, please enlighten me." Lu Yinsong also withdrew his gaze from the sky, as if he was waiting for something. He looked at Lu Yinfei and said, "I won't hold back in this battle. You have to be careful." Lu Yinfei revealed a bitter smile, but the determination in her eyes gave her a strange sense of beauty. She gently nodded and retreated a few steps. Her hands formed a seal, and origin energy began to gather. The origin energy formed a vortex in the air. As it swept by, thunderous rumbles echoed, but the vortex suddenly became crazy. At this moment, the vortex suddenly went berserk. It was as if a strange power had descended from the sky and entered the vortex, stirring up the wind and clouds. At this moment, The world changed colors, and the vortex became larger and larger for some unknown reason. Finally, it flew out of Lu Yinfei's control and flew into the sky. At this moment, Lu Yinfei was startled for a moment, but then her body trembled violently, and she suddenly looked up. Not only him, but at this moment, Lu Yunsong's body also trembled. His origin soul seemed to tremble as an indescribable pressure descended from the distant sky. This pressure was powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, and it contained a will that he couldn't resist. He was familiar with this will, very familiar. Lu Yunsong suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, in addition to the two of them, the nearly 100,000 cultivators on the spectator stands immediately felt the pressure descending from the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky and turned into roars of thunder. The deafening rumble shook the heavens and the earth, and it echoed endlessly. At this moment, it replaced everything in the world. The entire sky was filled with silver snakes. There were so many of them that it was as if all the thunder in the world had been attracted by this mysterious force and replaced the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed colors. The clouds were pushed back and the sky was shrouded by thunder. The thunder intersected to form a net that descended from the sky. A white figure slowly appeared high up in the sky amidst the endless rumbling thunder. That head of white hair fluttered and seemed to move the heavenly thunder. It caused the world to turn into a thunder hell. Thunder suddenly let out a roar that seemed to come from ancient times. This roar could shock the minds of all cultivators and make them terrified. The heavenly thunder surged to greet one person. He came, writing the 3rd chapter, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1253. He came. Lu Yunsong stared dumbfoundedly at the sky. He stared at the endless thunder and at the white figure behind the endless thunder. His mind trembled. Li Qianmei stood up abruptly and stared at the sky in a daze. With just one glance, she saw the figure behind the thunderbolts. She stared at the person she was familiar with when they parted 100 years ago. She stared at the person who came with the thunderbolts 100 years later. She bit her bottom lip and her expression became even more serene. It was as if all of this was supposed to be like this. His arrival was supposed to be like this, to be welcomed by the thunderbolts in the sky and walk in her heart. Mu Bingmei's expression was complicated and contained an indescribable feeling. She silently looked at the familiar and unfamiliar man inside the thunder. Many images appeared before her eyes. There was an indescribable sense of sadness, unspeakable bitterness, but there was also a sense of warmth within loneliness. At this moment, she lowered her head. Lu Yinfei's eyes became even more crystalline, and 2 lines of tears of joy flowed down. She looked at the figure in the sky that was getting closer and closer. It was as if all the grievances had found an outlet and flowed out with her tears. Wang Lin had come. He had come with thunder, cut through the world, and stepped through the sea of clouds. He had come. At this moment, not only were the people familiar with Wang Lin shocked, but all the surrounding cultivators, including the people of the everlasting sect, were shocked. Feng Hai suddenly stood up, and his pupils shrank as he stared at the white figure descending from the thunder. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feel that the origin energy in the world was not something an ordinary Nirvana Shatterer cultivator could control. This kind of change in origin energy could only be done by peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators who had comprehended the laws of the world and had reached the peak of Nirvana Shatterer. He wasn't the only one. The red-haired old man also gasped and his mind trembled. The law and domain he cultivated were all related to thunder, so at this moment, he could feel it even more clearly. He vaguely felt like he couldn't control his origin soul. It was as if his origin soul, which was half transformed into thunder, suddenly had the urge to worship. It was as if what he was looking at wasn't a cultivator, but an eternal bolt of divine thunder that had existed since the beginning of time. The eyes of the middle-aged man from the everlasting sect were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin. His mind trembled, and he was filled with horror. He was shocked that he hadn't noticed Wang Lin's appearance at all. It wasn't until the thunder rumbled that he reacted. This kind of concealment spell was enough to shock the middle-aged man. He thought that this wasn't a spell, but that this person's cultivation level was far higher than his. The old man who had led the disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm was very calm. He was the only person in the Everlasting Sect who had seen Wang Lin attack. He let out a sigh and clasped his hands. I didn't expect Brother Liu to be from the same sect. Old man Wu Jiangping greets fellow cultivator. Aside from him, the other old man who had seen Wang Lin's illusion had a serious expression. He originally didn't completely believe what he knew, but now he was completely convinced that Wang Lin had the ability to sweep through the rank 6 and 7 regions. The eyes of the Everlasting Sect Master shined brightly. He was the one with the highest cultivation level here. Although he wasn't the strongest in the Everlasting Sect, he was still a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. It was because he had reached this rare realm that he was able to see what others couldn't see. His gaze fell between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although it was empty, the old man in white could clearly feel that there was a law there. What terrified him even more was that this law didn't belong to the world but existed outside of the world. It was as if a new law had been born outside the world. Even he felt a trace of awe before this law. In particular, this person's domain was filled with illusions, and it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake in a short period of time. This was what shocked him even more. He wasn't confident in winning a life and death battle against such a cultivator. This person is indeed injured, but his injuries aren't serious. It looks like he has his reasons for coming so slowly. Lu Yingjie stared dumbfoundedly at the figure in white inside the thunder. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body and was about to be drowned by a tide. His body trembled. This was a tremble of fear, and fear. Especially when he thought about how he had offended the Gui Yuan sect before, how he had spoken frivolously, and how he had even said that he wanted to fight with this person. His scalp went numb, and his eyes began to lose focus. Even the fellow disciples of the Celestial Music sect who were near him were in a state of shock. He actually has this kind of cultivation. That Lu Yinsong said he could kill me like an ant. It was actually true. Lu Yingjie's mind was in chaos. His face was pale, and he became even more hesitant. He was not the only one. The mountain-seeking sect in the distance suddenly quieted down. Zhao Long stared at the figure in the sky, and his expression changed drastically. His pupils shrank, and for a moment, his mind went blank. Beside him, the mountain-seeking sect master and head elders' faces were pale. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they immediately recognized him. They had no choice but to move the continent the sect was on to make way for this person and respectfully send him off. It's actually him. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. There were nearly 100,000 cultivators in the stands, and most of them were from the rank 6 and 7 regions. Almost everyone knew about the earth-shattering scene in the rank 6 and 7 regions. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they heard about it from the people around them. Some of the old monsters had even seen Wang Lin's blurry appearance. Now that they saw him, they all went into an uproar. It's him. He swept through the rank 6 region, and no one dared to stop him. I once heard from my sect's ancestor that this person was able to break the formation barrier of the rank 6 and 7 region with one spell. Even my ancestor was shocked. Old man saw it with his own eyes. It was this person who used the war spirit print and swept through the continent. He forced many sects to move their continents to make way for him. Rumor has it that 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators tried to stop him, but they were all seriously injured and had to retreat. It wasn't just 3 people. My senior apprentice brother saw 7 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators attack at the same time, but 4 died and 3 were injured. Even a desolate continent collapsed under this divine ability. The sounds of discussion were in an uproar, but a thunderous roar echoed across the world and suppressed everyone. Thunder gathered in the sky and entered Wang Lin's body. There was no more thunder in the world. Only one person wearing white descended from the sky. His white hair fluttered as he landed beside Lu Yinfei. Wang Lin looked at the haggard Lu Yinfei with an apologetic gaze and softly said, "I'm late." Lu Yinfei could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. She looked at Wang Lin and shook her head. She revealed a happy smile and softly said, "You're not late. As long as you can come, it's never too late. You can go back. With me here, no one can touch the Origin sect. During this competition, I'll make the Origin sect, whether rank 5, rank 6, or rank 7, become the #1 subsect." Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a gentle wind wrapped around Lu Yinfei. In a flash, they appeared next to the Everlasting Sect stands. Wang Lin's gaze swept the Everlasting Sect and clasped his hands at the old man who had spoken to him. However, he was startled because he saw Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei. His gaze paused, and Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He stood on the platform and looked at Lu Yunsong, who had a complicated expression and a bitter smile. "Brother Lu's cultivation is very different from 100 years ago. My Purple Dao sect admits defeat in this rank 5 competition." Lu Yunsong clasped his hands with a wry smile. If Wang Lin's cultivation level was only a bit higher than his, he would have the heart to battle. However, right now, standing before Wang Lin, his mind was trembling and showing signs of chaos. What was even more terrifying was that his Dao and domain were about to collapse. It was as if there was an invisible vortex inside Wang Lin's body that sucked in all his Dao and domain. If he was even slightly distracted, all his Dao and domain would be devoured. Wang Lin faintly smiled, but his expression became cold. He calmly said, "Brother Lu, I have something to ask. I hope you can tell me. Lu Yinfei is injured. Who left this injury?" Lu Yunsong didn't hesitate to point at the Celestial Music Sect and say, "Celestial Music Sect, Lu Yingjia." Then he pointed at the Mountain Seeking Sect. "Mountain Seeking Sect, Zhaolong." These two seemed to be greedy for Miss Lu. Wang Lin nodded and turned toward the Celestial Music Sect. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he charged toward the Celestial Music Sect. Inside the Celestial Music Sect, LV Yingjia's expression changed greatly, and he was about to retreat. His master and the elders of the Celestial Music Sect all had serious expressions as they charged out. His master grabbed LV Yingjia and turned into a ray of light that rushed toward the Everlasting Sect's grandstand. The Celestial Music Sect's sect master stepped forward and blocked Wang Lin's path. His face was filled with respect as he clasped his hands and was about to explain. However, Wang Lin didn't listen to him at all. When he saw the sect master blocking him, he waved his right hand. There was a thunderous rumble, and a gust of wind that contained the sound of thunder collided with the Celestial Music Sect's sect master. An earth-shattering boom echoed in the sky and earth. The sect master coughed out blood, and his body collapsed. He screamed in pain, and his origin soul flew out. His face was filled with terror. Wang Lin didn't stop at all as he charged toward the old man, carrying Lu Yingjia. He wasn't fast, but every step he took caused everyone's hearts to rumble and their origin souls to tremble. As of this moment, all of the cultivators on the platform were completely silent. "Main sect, save me." Lu Yingjia's teacher's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, he screamed at the people of the Everlasting Sect. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please." Feng Hai hesitated and clasped his hands to speak. However, he was interrupted by Wang Lin's wave of his hand. "He insulted my origin sect, so he must die. Those who save him will be punished as well." As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. He had come to the Everlasting Sect to shock everyone. He wanted to build momentum for the Origin Sect and give them a ladder to climb to the heavens. At this moment, the world rumbled as the heavenly fate finger appeared. Ripples echoed across the world as the giant finger descended, creating a monstrous pressure that caused all the spectators to gasp. They stared dumbfoundedly at the giant finger that occupied the world, and their hearts trembled. The finger descended and instantly landed on Lu Yingjia and his teacher. There was a thunderous bang, and the earth seemed to tremble. Even the cultivation planet trembled. Blood mist exploded as Lv and his master's bodies collapsed. Their origin souls were directly shattered and dissipated into thin air. At this moment, a wind blew by, and the smell of blood filled the world. Killing Luingjia is like crushing an ant. Liu Yunsong's words from many days ago couldn't help but appear in everyone's ears. It was like a cold winter shrouding their bodies. Wang Lin turned around and looked toward the mountain-seeking sect. He walked toward them. After sending in all 4 chapters, he realized that he had made a mistake. He had actually written the 3rd chapter in a daze. He broke out in cold sweat. Just thinking about the consequences made him feel fear. It looked like he had really written in a daze. For chapters for 2 days in a row was exhausting. Everyone, just treat it as a fleeting cloud, fleeting cloud. I wrote almost 500 extra words for free, so let's just treat it as making up for my mistake. Chapter 1254. A spell like the Heavenly Fate Finger didn't consume celestial spiritual energy, and it wasn't a celestial spell. Wang Lin had fused his mind with Tian Yunzi's soul and borrowed it. What it consumed was Tian Yunzi's defying one soul, and even more Wang Lin's origin energy. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation level had increased, he wouldn't have been able to use it so easily. However, the power of the Heavenly Fate Finger was still very weak compared to when Tian Yunzi used it himself. After all, their cultivation levels were different, and the way they used it was different as well. To use the Heavenly Fate Finger, Wang Lin wanted to shock everyone. After all, he hadn't recovered from his injuries, so he had to show that his spells were powerful. Only then would he be able to achieve his goal in the everlasting sect. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't casually summon the mosquito beast. This was his ace in the hole. The ground continued to tremble, and the aftershock rumbled. The reverberation of the sound seemed to still linger in everyone's ears. The smell of blood that drifted with the wind reminded the tens of thousands of spectators of the shocking scene. In the everlasting sect, he had destroyed the body of the branch sect's sect master, killed the head elder of the branch sect, and killed the head disciple of the branch sect, Luingjia. All of this had happened in an instant, and when Elder Fenghai tried to stop him, Zhao Jiuge had impolitely said one sentence. Anyone who saves him will suffer the same crime. It wasn't that there weren't people with the strength and cultivation to do all of this, but it was extremely rare to find someone with the courage to actually do it. Wang Lin's clean move completely shocked everyone here, including the people of the everlasting sect. Liu Yinfei lowered her head. Her expression was calm, but there was warmth in her heart. Mu Bingmei's expression was complicated, and for some reason, she felt even more sour in her heart. She thought about the Alliance star system, about the destruction of the brilliant Void Realm, and about Tuo Sin's strength. Her experience was similar to Liu Yinfei's. However, Liu Yinfei had him to stand behind her, while she was helpless and could only silently remain strong by herself. Li Qianmei's expression was calm as she silently looked at Wang Lin. There was a smile on her face, just like 100 years ago. Wang Shanshan frowned. The finger just now appeared in her mind, and she seemed to be deep in thought. The Boundless Sect's patriarchs had high cultivation bases, and they were extremely cunning. It was impossible to tell if they were happy or angry, but their gazes toward Wang Lin were cold. Only the Everlasting Sect's sect master, the white-robed elder, was able to see through Wang Lin's cultivation base the most. When Wang Lin killed someone from the Immortal Music sect right in front of him, he didn't reveal any expression, as if he hadn't seen it all. Wang Lin turned around, his expression calm. However, killing intent gradually filled the air. His gaze landed on the mountain-seeking sect, and he slowly walked over. The surroundings were completely silent. The gazes of nearly 100,000 people gathered on Wang Lin. Those gazes didn't make Wang Lin feel any discomfort. His footsteps weren't fast, but every step he took caused the hearts of everyone in the mountain-seeking sect to skip a beat. It was as if they were facing a fierce beast from ancient times that was opening its mouth to devour all of them. The mountain-seeking sect's sect master's face was pale. Although he was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, he didn't have the courage to face Wang Lin. When he thought about how Wang Lin was the person who had forced his sect to move the continent, his scalp went numb, and he couldn't bring himself to resist. In the Rank 7 region, the mountain-seeking sect is only a small sect. It is not wise to fight someone like this for an elder. His eyes lit up, and he looked at the head elder of the mountain-seeking sect. The head elder was at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Even he felt like his soul was about to leave his body when he saw that Wang Lin was the terrifying person who had charged into the Rank 7 region. He had personally seen Wang Lin's war spirit print and knew that he was no match for Wang Lin. When they noticed the sect master's gaze, the two of them looked at each other. They immediately understood, but there was a bit of hesitation. However, this hesitation immediately collapsed as Wang Lin walked over. The tragedy of the celestial music sect was still fresh in his mind. The sect master of the mountain-seeking sect clenched his teeth and naturally moved to the side. The head elder of the mountain-seeking sect also moved to the side. The moment the two of them moved, the surrounding cultivators of the mountain-seeking sect all moved to the side. The people of the other sects also moved to the side. Soon, a path was opened up, and the area around Zhao Long's origin soul became empty. His origin soul trembled as he stared at Wang Lin. "You come out." Wang Lin stopped and pointed at Zhao Long's origin soul. "Old man, I'll fight it out with you." Zhao Long's eyes were bloodshot and his mind trembled. At this moment, a cold feeling surrounded his body. There were many people around him, but he felt like he had been abandoned by the world. In this vast world, he was the only one left. As he let out an angry roar, Zhao Long charged out like crazy and stared at Wang Lin. An invisible flame began to burn inside his body. He was forced into a dead end, so he chose to burn his origin soul in exchange for a large amount of power. As Zhao Long charged out like crazy, a sense of sorrow filled the area. As the flame burned, his cultivation level increased like crazy. He went from the peak of the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer to the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer, creating a heaven-shaking howl. From afar, he looked like a burning meteor hundreds of feet wide as he charged at Wang Lin. As he advanced, the feeling of madness grew more intense. In the end, it was as if all the light in heaven and earth had dimmed. Only Zhao Long's burning nascent divinity shone brightly, attracting the gazes of all the cultivators present. "If you want me to die, you must pay the price." Zhao Long let out the last roar of his life. This roar shook the world and resonated with the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. Even the people of the everlasting sect couldn't help but be moved. In this world, it was not common to force a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator to burn his origin soul and self-destruct. But at this moment, this scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The burning origin soul that was about to self-destruct released a crazy destructive power. Even someone with a higher cultivation level would subconsciously choose to avoid this destructive power. However, Wang Lin didn't dodge, and his eyes lit up. Feng Hai's expression was gloomy. He was an elder of the everlasting sect and was responsible for this competition, but he had watched Zhao Long kill someone from the celestial music sect and ignore his words. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Zhao Long wanted to kill someone from the Rank 7 region. Everyone in the Rank 7 region was extremely precious to the everlasting sect. More importantly, others could ignore the life or death of the mountain-seeking sect Zhao Long. They could ignore the mountain-seeking sect's reputation plummeting, but Feng Hai couldn't ignore it. He had left the mountain-seeking sect and became an elder of the everlasting sect. If Li Qianmei had acted to kill, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, Li Qianmei had the heaven-breaking sect behind her, so he wouldn't have anything to say. However, the situation was very different now. "Fellow cultivator Liu, please give the old man some face and don't touch someone from the mountain-seeking sect." Feng Hai's words were gloomy and cold. He charged out toward Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the 100-foot-long meteor formed by Zhao Long's burning origin soul closed in. Wang Lin had a calm expression, but a monstrous killing intent suddenly erupted from his body. The murderous aura was so powerful that the moment it appeared, it stirred the world. The wind and clouds changed colors, as if countless vengeful souls were manifesting in the world. Their shrill cries shook the world and contained an endless coldness. This killing intent appeared too suddenly and exploded. Feng Hai's expression changed greatly, and his body couldn't help but stop. He had a feeling that if he took one more step, he would enter the range of Wang Lin's spell, and what awaited him would be a merciless killing blow. Just at this moment, Wang Lin moved. Facing the burning Origin Soul meteor, Wang Lin took a step forward. His body moved like the wind, and his right foot kicked out. His foot collided with the Origin Soul meteor. His white hair fluttered, and his white robe fluttered. There were no divine abilities, no dodging, and no fancy tricks. Instead, it was a thunderous strike that could be imprinted in one's memory in the most direct, and unforgettable way. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Wang Lin's right foot didn't stop. It landed on Zhao Long's burning Origin Soul. Popping sounds echoed through the air. Although Zhao Long's Origin Soul was burning, under this absolute power, he had no way to resist. Even if he burned his Origin Soul, he would still die. Thunderous roars echoed as the meteor collapsed into specks of light. Wang Lin withdrew his foot. His expression was extremely calm as his cold gaze swept past the surrounding cultivators. His gaze finally landed on Feng Hai. "Fellow cultivator, your words are too late." Feng Hai's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, he didn't say a word and returned to the everlasting sex grandstand. The surroundings were dead silent, but after a short moment of silence, an uproar broke out. From the moment Wang Lin appeared to killing the celestial music sect and the mountain-seeking sect Zhao Hai, all of this happened in a very short period of time. However, the shock it brought to everyone became even more intense. His spell was shocking, and his body was even more shocking. The everlasting sect master's eyes shined brightly. A mere celestial music sect and the mountain-seeking sect were insignificant compared to this powerful cultivator. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the surrounding cultivators. His voice was calm, but clearly entered everyone's ears. "I represent the Origin sect to challenge all the branch sects in the rank 6 and 7 regions. Who will be the first to come out?" Wang Lin's words were like a cold wind that caused the surroundings to become silent once more. Liu Yunsong took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at Yuan Fei and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Yuan Fei's face was pale as he stared at the white-robed Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he still didn't dare to step forward. A calm voice slowly echoed across the silent world. "I'm rank 7 Green Cloud Sex Yunshan. I wish to spar with fellow cultivator Liu." Chapter 1255. The rank 7 Green Cloud sect was ranked 3rd in the last competition between the Everlasting sect. The Green Cloud sect spells focused on change and contained unfathomable power. The sect was very large, with more than 7,000 disciples. Over the countless years, they had produced a lot of experts. These experts were often taken away by the Everlasting sect to be nurtured. The calm voice came from a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. His expression was calm, and his skin was slightly yellow, as if he was seriously ill. After he spoke, he stepped out from the crowd on the west side of the platform. It was as if there were invisible clouds under his feet, and he gradually closed in on the platform. This man, Yun Shan, was very famous in the rank 7 region. He usually spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation and only came out for the main sex competition. He was very powerful and gave off the aura of a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Rumor had it that he was one of the 3 people selected for the competition between the rank 8 sections. He had been valued by the Everlasting sect for thousands of years, and a large amount of pills, treasures, and even spells had been provided to him. One of the 7 high elders of the Everlasting sect had personally taught him Tao for 1,000 years. It could be said that this person was a powerful cultivator that the Everlasting sect had nurtured. His goal was to win the competition between the rank 8 sects. As he walked, the surrounding people began to talk. Although Yun Shan didn't look old, he had cultivated for thousands of years. He calmly landed before Wang Lin and clasped his hands. "Fellow cultivator Liu, please enlighten me." After he finished speaking, his eyes shined brightly and his late-stage nirvana shatterer cultivation erupted. A powerful vortex appeared with him as the center. The world seemed to change, and from afar, one could see a giant vortex slowly rotating. 9 red tiger phantoms suddenly appeared in the vortex, their roars shocking the heavens. Tiger Soul 9 Cycle. There are some knowledgeable cultivators among the crowd, and their eyes narrowed. On the platform where the people of the everlasting sect were, Feng Hai's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. He was very cunning, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't fight someone he wasn't confident in winning. He was going to use this opportunity to see what the limits of the person who had killed Zhao Long were. The other elders of the everlasting sect looked at Yun Shan as if they were peers. They all knew that Yun Shan would have become an elder of the everlasting sect a long time ago if he hadn't been one of the 3 chosen to participate in the ceremony. The everlasting sect's sect master narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of admiration. Although he knew that Yun Shan wasn't the strongest of the 3, his late-stage nirvana shatterer cultivation was enough to show how powerful the everlasting sect was. The everlasting sect had always been at the bottom of the rank 8 competition. This time, the old man believed that even if their everlasting sect couldn't win and become number 1, they wouldn't fall to the bottom like before. Yun Shan's eyes were filled with battle intent as his hands formed a seal and pointed forward. The 9 red tiger souls formed a vortex and let out a thunderous rumble. The 9 tigers let out roars and grew to 1,000 feet in size. They charged at Wang Lin from 9 different directions. With the appearance of these 9 ferocious tigers, heaven and earth seemed to have turned crimson. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. He had come to the everlasting sect this time because he wanted to be fast. He wanted to use the fastest speed to erupt with strength that would shock everyone. Only then would he be able to make the Origin sect famous. If this dragged on for too long, the injuries he had suppressed would worsen again, and it wouldn't be worth it. The moment the 9 tigers closed in, Wang Lin took a step forward. With this step, his domain suddenly changed. The area around him became distorted, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. With this step, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a blue flame appeared. The blue flame surrounded his body and formed a vortex of fire. "Open!" Wang Lin let out a roar, and the fire vortex around him suddenly rotated and spread out. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 9 tigers that were charging at him. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and ripples spread out in all directions. The 9 tigers were immediately surrounded by blue flames, and 3 of them instantly collapsed, emitting heaven-shaking, earth-shattering booms. Wang Lin charged out from the flames toward Yun Shan. As he moved forward, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Fire of the heavens and earth." As soon as the words left his mouth, the faces of all the cultivators who cultivated fire-related divine abilities in the area of the platform fell. They could clearly sense that the fire-based origin energy in their bodies had suddenly gone out of control. It was going berserk, as if it wanted to rush out of their bodies, as if it had been summoned. In an instant, the cultivators who cultivated fire-attributed techniques all felt as if their bodies were on fire. The flames surged into the sky and gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. Among the people of the everlasting sect, a white-haired elder's expression suddenly changed. His spell was fire, and as he sat there, his hands formed a seal, and he quickly pointed at his chest a few times. Only then was the fire origin energy in his body stabilized. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin had become the first flame in the world. He had become the master of fire, and all the fire in the world had to listen to his command. Strands of fire flew out from the crowd and gathered toward Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant, and it was unimaginably fast. As Wang Lin moved forward, the fire gathered from all directions to form a giant fireball. As his right hand fell, the fireball entered Wang Lin's right hand. Yunshan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. His right hand reached at the void, and a crack to his storage space appeared. He was about to take out a treasure to resist. However, how could Wang Lin given the chance to take out a treasure? Nirvana, Shatterer, Cultivators all had powerful treasures. Once they were taken out, this battle would not end in a short period of time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his left hand and pointed at Yunshan. He muttered, "Stop." With one word, Yunshan's body paused for a moment. The moment he paused, Wang Lin turned into a sea of fire and closed in. His right hand contained a fireball from before, so it was like a hand of fire. His two fingers pointed at Yunshan's chest 3 times. Every time he pointed, there would be a thunderous rumble. Yunshan's body trembled violently and was surrounded by a sea of fire. After 3 points, Yunshan coughed out blood, and his body was mercilessly thrown back by a powerful force. If this was it, it wouldn't show off Wang Lin's spell. His body stopped, but his right hand mercilessly reached at the void. With this grab, an endless sea of fire appeared out of thin air. As it swept across, it replaced the sky, causing this place to seem like a world of fire. The moment the boundless flames appeared, they rushed madly towards Yunshan's body. The rumbling sounds continued to reverberate, becoming more and more shocking. In the end, with a bang, a mist of blood erupted from Yunshan's body, but his body didn't collapse. Instead, a milky white light came from his body and continued to resist the power of the fire. Yunshan's face was devoid of blood as he landed on the platform 10,000 feet away. The moment he landed, cracking sounds came from the platform under his feet. Countless cracks tore open, and the platform shattered with loud bangs. He retreated once more and was pushed back 1,000 feet before he stopped. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and landed on the ground. It was a shocking sight. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for showing mercy." Yunshan pondered for a bit before clasping his hands at Wang Lin and staggered away. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, as if the battle just now was extremely easy for him. He had indeed shown mercy, or else that last blow would have caused Yunshan's body to collapse. However, the price to attack was great. Wang Lin had used his full power, and his injuries had worsened. However, outsiders couldn't see it all. When the surrounding cultivators saw Yunshan fall, they all stood up and looked at Wang Lin, whose clothes were fluttering in the wind. Their eyes were filled with awe. The elders of the everlasting sect were also filled with shock. Although they had heard about Wang Lin's strength, rumors were false. Even if they believed it, it was not as impactful as seeing it with their own eyes. Before, when Wang Lin killed the people from the Celestial Music sect and Mountain Seeking sect, it felt like he was bullying the weak. Although his spells were shocking, the elders of the everlasting sect thought they could do the same, so they didn't pay too much attention. However, the situation had completely changed. Yunshan's cultivation level was about the same as theirs, so they bitterly discovered that even if they were in Yunshan's shoes, they would still lose. Most importantly, Lu Ziheo's expression was normal, as if he was very relaxed. It was as if he hadn't used his full power at all. This made their hearts tremble. Feng Hai silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin on the platform. His eyes lit up. The elder that cultivated fire looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear in his eyes. He felt it the most. At the last moment, he had a feeling that as long as Wang Lin willed it, his fire would leave his body and be used by Wang Lin. He had fought many people in his life, and this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the sky and slowly said, "Today, I want to fight. Who else will accompany me?" Rank 7 Purple Pine Valley's Du Lin will fight with fellow cultivator Lu. "I am Rank 7 Inu from the Dark Sky sect. Please enlighten me." A man and a woman's voice sounded out at the same time. 2 rays of light flew out from the east and south sides of the platform. However, when they saw each other, they couldn't help but stop. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the sky and calmly said, "All of you, come at me together." He raised his right hand and pressed down on the void below the platform. The giant platform that occupied a small portion of the planet trembled, and even the planet trembled. An ancient aura seemed to be pulled out from the planet by Wang Lin's right hand. This caused Wang Lin's body to become blurry within this aura, extracting the power of the planet's soul. A cultivator exclaimed. His voice was filled with terror. He wasn't in his best condition today, so he was dissatisfied. Chapter 1256. Not all the cultivators around the platform knew what Wang Lin was doing. They only felt that when Wang Lin's right hand reached toward the void, the earth seemed to tremble. However, this tremble was only a feeling. In truth, the earth didn't move. It was the hearts of the people. It was as if at this instant, everyone's minds were pulled out of their bodies by Wang Lin's grasp. They entered the earth through their feet and were immediately sucked out by Wang Lin. Their vision became blurry. It was as if the entire world was filled with an ancient aura. This ancient aura was so thick that it was suffocating. All of this seemed like an illusion, but it was so real that it made their minds tremble. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if Wang Lin's right hand was a vortex that could suck in the power of the world, the soul of the planet, and the minds of all the surrounding cultivators. Whether they resisted or not, whether they agreed or not, it was all absorbed by force. Many people didn't know about the planet soul extraction spell, but at this moment, they all had an indescribable feeling. It was as if they had become one with the planet, and their souls had flown out from Wang Lin's seemingly simple grasp. If he moved, it would shake the world. If he remained still, it would search for the planet's soul extraction spell. It's planet's soul extraction. Only the few powerful cultivators in the Rank 7 region knew about this spell and saw through it. The exclamation just now came from one of them. He suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. In that instant, all of the eccentrics and cultivators who had guessed at this divine ability were shocked. They didn't dare to believe that what they were seeing was real. Rumor has it that cultivation planets have souls. If one's cultivation reaches a certain level and their understanding of the heavens reaches an unimaginable level, they can extract the soul of a cultivation planet and turn it into a heavenly spell. This technique was only passed down in the legends before the collapse of the Wind Celestial Realm. There's no way to verify its existence. This LVZHEO, he can actually execute it. The heavens and earth are illusory, and the aura of the vicissitudes of time is exactly the same as the descriptions in the ancient records. There's no doubt about it. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. As the two rays of light closed in from the east and south stands, his right hand seemed to have grabbed the entire cultivation planet and raised it up. In an instant, a silent rumble came from the earth. It was silent because it couldn't be heard by the ear, but the mind could clearly feel the earth, the cultivation planet, tremble. The ancient aura became stronger like crazy. It was as if the cultivation planet was awakening. It had been asleep for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time someone had awakened it. This wasn't a gentle awakening, but a forceful awakening. The moment it awakened, the souls that the cultivation planet had gathered for tens of thousands of years were extracted. Everything in the world had a soul. Every blade of grass and tree had a soul. So naturally, a cultivation planet had a soul as well. However, the soul of a cultivation planet was slowly born over countless years. It had a very high spirituality, contained the vicissitudes of the world, and vaguely conformed to the changes of the heavens. Extracting the soul of a planet sounded easy, but it was extremely rare to find someone who could actually do it. At this moment, in Wang Lin's eyes, this cultivation planet was no longer a planet, but a spirit. What he was extracting was the soul of this spirit. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, strands of milky white aura suddenly appeared from all over the cultivation planet. They quickly gathered toward the platform, toward Wang Lin's right hand. At this moment, all the cultivators felt like they were hallucinating. The plants on the cultivation world were withering in large sways until they turned yellow and dissipated into dust. All the mountains on the cultivation planet suddenly turned gray. There was no spiritual energy left, as all of it had been extracted. Even the clear water of the river instantly turned turbid. In the end, it completely dried up, revealing the bottom of the river that was full of cracks. Even the ocean in the west that occupied 20% of the cultivation planets seemed to boil and set off monstrous waves. The rumbling of the waves seemed to be able to pass through here and be clearly heard by everyone. What was even more shocking was the ancient aura coming from the planet. It seemed to represent the passage of time, and as it gathered, the soul of the planet was stirred violently. It turned into milky white fog that suddenly erupted along the earth and the platform. This milky white mist rushed out from the platform under Wang Lin and gathered in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the earth trembled. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. They felt the soul of the cultivation planet being extracted by this cultivator in white. It was as if he could completely extract the soul of the planet with just a thought. At that time, there would be no spiritual energy left on the planet, and it would turn into ruins. It was even possible that the planet would collapse. This kind of thing shocked them and caused their minds to go blank. Even the people of the everlasting sect suddenly stood up with terror in their eyes. Even Feng Hai subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. For the first time, he looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes. However, he soon sneered. Wang Lin had killed Zhao Hai in front of everyone, causing the mountain-seeking sect to lose face. Feng Hai wasn't the first cultivator to leave the everlasting sect. Before him, there was another person. This person's cultivation level was too high, but his personality was strange. He didn't care about worldly matters and didn't secretly help the mountain-seeking sect. However, he was the first sect master of the mountain-seeking sect and was now one of the high elders of the everlasting sect. If Wang Lin hadn't killed Zhao Hai inside the everlasting sect, it wouldn't have mattered. However, he had killed Zhao Hai here and forced the mountain-seeking sect to not resist. This would likely provoke the high elder's displeasure. The white-robed old man's expression changed as he stared at Wang Lin. His eyes shined. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about Du Lin and Yin, who were flying over from the east and south to challenge Wang Lin. The man and woman were the closest to Wang Lin. At this moment, their bodies stopped at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their expressions changed greatly. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he raised his right hand like lightning. White mist seemed to be pulled out and wrapped around his right hand, forming a white ball of light the size of a fist. This ball of light contained an ancient aura that seemed to be able to cause the heavens and earth to decay. It seemed to be able to make all cultivators seem insignificant in front of it. But right now, this ball of light was floating in Wang Lin's right hand. Seeing how casually he held it, any cultivator would gasp. This was the third time in Wang Lin's life that he had extracted a planet's soul. But more accurately, it was the second time. The first time was when the scattered devil fused with his body to extract the soul of Star Battle Luo Tian. The second time was when Wang Lin fused his soul with Suzaku to transform it. However, he wasn't completely proficient at it and only managed to comprehend a bit of it. However, this was the third time and could be considered the second time. As Wang Lin's domain improved, his cultivation increased, and he obtained the Star of Law. He could now perfectly extract a planet's soul and use it to fight. It would be a pity to use the power of a planet's soul to fight one person. This was why Wang Lin asked Du Lin and Yin to attack together. With the ball of planet soul in his right hand, it was like he was holding the entire cultivation planet. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his right hand, and the ball of light flew toward Du Lin and Yin. The ball of light was not big. It was only the size of a fist, and it was not fast. With Du Lin and Yin's cultivation, they could dodge the ball of light countless times as it flew toward them. However, right now, the two of them felt as if the world was huge and there was no place for them to dodge. This feeling was real. Although this ball of light was small, it was formed by the soul of the cultivation planet, so it represented the entire cultivation planet. Du Lin and Yin felt like the cultivation planet they were standing on had come to life and was attacking them. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light closed in. However, when it was only a few dozen feet away from Du Ming and Yin Luo, it suddenly exploded. At the instant it exploded, the entire ground rumbled. This time, it was a true tremor. As it trembled, waves of endless power rushed out madly towards Du Ming and Yin Luo from all directions. At this moment, the sea in the western part of the cultivation planet began to boil and quickly turned into water vapor that dissipated like crazy. It was as if its essence had been sucked out. At this moment, large amounts of dark clouds appeared, covering the sky. Large amounts of rain fell from the sky. It wasn't just one area, but the entire cultivation planet was soaked in this rain. Thunder and lightning roared, shaking the world. Du Lin's body was knocked back, and he coughed out blood. He had suffered a blow from the entire cultivation planet, and his body was about to collapse. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin didn't have any killing intent, he would have without a doubt died. Yin Yu's body also trembled, and she coughed out blood that turned into a blood mist that was quickly washed away by the rain. Her body felt like it had been hit by a powerful force, and she was forced to retreat. Her face was pale, and even her hair was a mess. After being hit by the rain, she looked like a person made of water. The surroundings were strangely silent. Only the sound of the rain falling on the earth could be heard, along with the faint rumbles of thunder. At this instant, everyone's gazes gathered on the white-robed figure in the rain. The rain immediately slid away when it got within 10 feet of him, and not a single drop touched his body. This is the Planet Soul Extraction spell. The old monsters that knew about the Planet Soul Extraction spell were all shaken. Everything that had just happened had become an eternal memory in their minds. In the Cloud Sea, due to the pills and fierce beasts, the number of powerful cultivators far surpassed the other 3 realms. However, it was also due to the pills and the fact that the Wind Celestial Realm couldn't enter. A large amount of celestial spells and spells couldn't be passed down, causing the cultivator's comprehension of spells to fall far behind the other 3 realms. The Planet Soul Extraction spell was considered a top spell in the other 3 realms. As for the Cloud Sea, it was only a legend. It wasn't that no one knew it, it was just that there were too few. After reaching the second step, most spells were related to domain and comprehension of the law of the heavens. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea, who relied on pills to increase their cultivation, were far weaker than the cultivators of the other 3 realms who had to rely on themselves to survive. Chapter 1257. Thank you, fellow cultivator Liu, for showing mercy. Du Lin's face was pale as he clasped his hands. Blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he quickly left in the rain. His back looked extremely bleak. As the eldest disciple of the 7th grade Violet Pine Valley, he had been nurtured by the main sect for thousands of years. All sorts of pills and cultivation methods were sent to him, and he even had the guidance of powerful cultivators. He had thought that he was already standing at the pinnacle, but in today's battle, his opponent didn't even use any other tricks. Just a single technique to extract his astral soul was enough to defeat him. In truth, when he saw Lin Fan extract the planet soul, he knew he would without a doubt lose. However, he still had a sliver of hope that he could resist a spell or two. However, the cruel reality was like the rain from the sky, causing him to lose without any room for error. This kind of mental blow filled his heart with bitterness. Mo Luo walked through the rain and gradually returned to where the Purple Pine Valley disciples were. He silently sat there without saying a word. Yin Yu's face was also pale. She bit her lower lip and clasped her hands at Wang Lin before leaving. She was still bleak in the rain. Mu Bingmei stared at all of this. She thought she knew Wang Lin's cultivation the best, but at this moment, she found that her understanding of him was really insignificant. 100 years. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Mu Bingmei's gaze fell on Wang Lin. At this moment, he seemed a bit unfamiliar. His white robe and white hair made her feel even more bitter for some reason. No one here knew Wang Lin's past like she did. It could even be said that she knew half of Wang Lin's life. Everything that Suzaku's avatar had seen. The little cultivator who was forced out of Zhao with his family members killed, the figure who caused rivers of blood to flow in Zhao with hatred. There is also the man who gradually rose up in Suzaku and became famous in the Rain celestial realm. He would eventually become the next son of Rosefinch. At this moment, he was so powerful that he could shake the stars with a stomp of his foot. Li Qianmei also didn't expect Wang Lin to shock her so much after not seeing him for 100 years. He had killed 2 people from the Celestial Music sect, killed Zhao Long of the Mountain Seeking sect, and easily defeated Yin Shan. Finally, under everyone's gazes, he extracted his planet's soul and defeated Du and Yin. As for Wang Shanshan, she also sucked in a breath of cold air. She was the most familiar with planet soul extraction. She had personally seen her teacher use it. Her teacher had said that there were no more than 3 people in the Cloud Sea that could extract a planet's soul. After the astral soul, there was the void soul. This void represented the starry sky. Extracting the astral soul from a constellation was a supreme, innate technique of the 3rd step. She had even heard from her master that there was a legend in the 2nd step of cultivation since ancient times. This legend talked about the 4 great spells that 2nd step cultivators could comprehend on their own. 2 of these 4 spells were spatial bending and planet soul extraction. There was no need to learn these spells. One could comprehend them on their own. However, those who could comprehend them were simply too rare. The silence continued even after Du Lin and Inu left. It was as if no one was willing to break this seemingly eternal silence. The elders of the everlasting sect looked at Wang Lin with awe. They couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation, nor could they see through Wang Lin's spells. Whether it was the finger to the sky, the raging fire, or the planet soul extraction that shocked them the most, these elders couldn't help but feel a sense of mystery toward Wang Lin. They did not know what other divine abilities this person possessed, but they had a feeling that all the divine abilities he had displayed earlier were far from his limit. There were still too many secrets on this person, and there were still too many surprises and shocking things about him. Is there anyone else in the rank 7 region who wants to spar with me? Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the ancient aura that filled the world slowly dissipated. It was as if it had fused with the earth and returned the extracted soul to the cultivation planet. The earth trembled slightly and gradually returned to normal. It was as if everything that had happened was just an illusion and didn't exist at all. However, the rain that descended from the heavens and earth and the lightning that flashed by from time to time clearly reminded all the cultivators here of how true and terrifying that scene was. Wang Lin's words didn't break the silence. It was as if his voice was the source of the silence. As his voice echoed in the rain, the silence became even stronger. Absolute silence often gave rise to an invisible pressure. At this moment, the source of this pressure was Wang Lin's figure. His tall figure under his white robe made the pressure even stronger. No one stood out anymore. They all silently looked at the man standing on the platform. At this moment, Wang Lin's appearance and demeanor were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. It would accompany them for the rest of their lives, and they would never be able to forget it. Fellow cultivator Liu injured 3 disciples of my everlasting sect that were originally going to participate in the rank 8 sect competition. We need to give the old man an explanation. An old voice slowly echoed in this silence. It was the everlasting sect's sect master. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. His gaze was like 2 rays of sword energy that shot toward Wang Lin. The moment his gaze locked onto Wang Lin, thunder rumbled in the sky as if it was avoiding him. None of them dared to get close to the platform. Even the rain stopped falling and strangely froze in the air. It was as if at this moment, everything in the world had stopped. All of this was because of the white-robed old man's gaze. Just the power of his gaze could have such a heaven-shaking effect. This was not something a nirvana shatterer cultivator could do. Only someone who had experienced the heaven's blight could do this. Wang Lin felt it the most. When the gaze locked onto him, he felt like everything in the world had become the other party's. Wherever the gaze passed, the heaven's might would descend. Before the heaven's might, the thunder naturally had to avoid it, and the rain naturally had to stop. Even Wang Lin's mind trembled under this gaze. The injuries that had been suppressed in his body showed signs of erupting, but Wang Lin's expression was calm. His eyes lit up, and his gaze collided with the white-robed old man's. Just at this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly rumbled. The rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth, and a crazy pressure swept out in all directions the moment the two of them focused their gazes on each other. The cultivators around the platform all felt like they had become lonely boats in the raging waves. They subconsciously activated the origin energy in their bodies. It was as if they would be drowned by this pressure if they didn't do this. There was a flash of coldness in Li Qianmei's eyes, and killing intent erupted from her body. She wanted to fuse with this pressure to help Wang Lin. However, just as her aura was about to spread out, the white-robed old man waved his right hand. The world rumbled, and Li Qianmei's aura was pushed back. It was suppressed 7 inches from her body and couldn't come out. Mu Bingmei's eyes became cold, and she also activated her origin energy to reveal her nirvana shatterer cultivation. Her right hand formed a seal, and she was about to attack, but she also felt an irresistible pressure descend on her. Her cultivation was forced to the point where it couldn't be used. The powerful cultivation of the everlasting sect master was revealed to the world. To be able to become the sect master of a sect in the rank 8 region meant that his cultivation was not ordinary. Mu Bingmei's face was pale. She could feel the killing intent from the everlasting sect master. Although she knew that this killing intent was likely fake, she was too worried and couldn't analyze in detail. Her hand formed a strange seal. This was the inheritance of the brilliant Void Saintess. The moment this seal appeared, an illusory glass bottle appeared around Mu Bingmei. It trembled and a thunderous rumble echoed. The pressure that was suppressing her was unexpectedly pushed aside. Her body flickered and she walked out, but her face was even paler. If she wasn't injured, she could perfectly use this inheritance spell, but now that her body had collapsed and her origin soul had returned, using it by force made her injuries even worse. This scene shocked the white-robed old man. At this moment, an astonishing aura also erupted from Li Qianmei. It was a monstrous, baleful aura that contained a demonic feeling. It was as if a demonic aura had spread out from her body and turned into a world-shaking force that tore apart the white-robed old man's pressure, allowing Li Qianmei to charge out. There was a jade floating before her. This was what the mysterious person from the demon sect had given her before he left. All of this happened in a flash. The moment Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei charged out, Wang Lin raised his right foot and took a step forward. With this step, he merged with the world as if he had become one with the planet. An ancient aura filled his body. You two don't need to come forward. As he moved forward, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a powerful force appeared. It gently landed on Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei, causing them to stop moving forward. I've also battled the first heaven's blight. At this instant, a golden light erupted from Wang Lin's body. This golden light was like the rising sun. It was gentle, but it also contained a ferocious aura that could tear the night apart. The moment it appeared, the thunder that had dodged before Wang Lin condensed once more. The rain that had stopped trembled as if the world had returned to normal and began to fall again. A soft exclamation came from the white-robed old man, and he stood up. The moment he stood up, the rain collapsed and turned into white gas that rushed into the sky. I can help you in the competition between the rank 8 sects, but you have to give me an explanation for the origin sect. Wang Lin immediately saw through the white-robed old man's thoughts. His killing intent was just an act. The white-robed old man's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed as a ray of light closed in from a distance. This ray of light contained an aura of neither joy nor sorrow, and as it descended, a low voice came from the sky. Do you dare to take one of the old man's spells? High Elder. The people of the everlasting sect all stood up and clasped their hands. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Wang Lin raised his head, and the golden light around him was like the rising sun. He stared at the ray of light, and even his eyes became golden. I have 3 wishes for the Celestial Renegade book. If there is a spirit in the world, please help me fulfill them. The first wish is for 1 month to reach 10,000 votes. The second wish is for the 100 Alliance book. The third wish is for me to get first place in the monthly votes before the book ends. The first wish is very difficult. The second wish is even more difficult. And the third wish is even more difficult. However, people always have some expectations and goals. This is my goal. Chapter 1258. Why wouldn't I dare? The golden light in Wang Lin's eyes erupted and replaced all the light in the world. Even the rain falling from the sky seemed to be surrounded by golden light. It was as if Wang Lin's figure had become the rising sun, and the golden light he emitted was the sunlight filled with the law of origin. That emotionless voice rang out, and a white-haired old man dressed in gray walked through the air. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his eyes shone with a light of wisdom that seemed to have comprehended the world. As he walked, the weather changed and the wind and clouds churned. It was as if all the powers in the world had to be completely under his control. A red halo faintly flashed on the old man's skin as he moved forward. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Only someone who had perfectly passed the first heaven's blight could have this halo that represented law protecting them. This halo also represented the shocking cultivation of a super powerhouse. His figure was so fast that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, in the next breath, the white-haired old man closed in and stood 1,000 feet above Wang Lin. He lowered his head like a god and coldly looked at Wang Lin. "You've got guts." The old man's words were calm. The moment he spoke, he raised his right hand and mercilessly slapped the void toward Wang Lin. With that slap, the world rumbled. All the rain in the world collapsed and turned into endless water vapor that quickly dissipated. At the same time, rays of crimson light appeared and intersected with each other to form a huge net in the world. This net filled the world, and it contained endless laws that could shock the soul. This net was formed from laws. It was a net of laws. At this moment, the white-haired old man didn't seem to be a god, but a fisherman who had cast a net. There was a boundary between the heavens and earth, and this net seemed to be the boundary. The old man was the fisherman in the sky, and Wang Lin was the fish on the ground. The earth seemed to have become the sea, and this giant net was the cage of law that was trying to catch the fish. This scene shocked Wang Lin's mind. It was very similar to when he comprehended Tao back then. It was a feeling that confirmed the Tao fruit from back then. The moment the net of law descended, there was a flash of golden light in Wang Lin's eyes, and he let out a roar. In the eyes of the old man, he was a fish that couldn't escape the net. In the end, he could only be caught by the net and sealed by the cage of law. However, Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator, and what he defied was the heavens and earth. How could he just sit and wait for death? Back when he was comprehending Tao, he saw a fish that was caught by the net and was still struggling, wanting to break the net and escape. Today, Wang Lin, had become a fish under the old man's spell. He also had to struggle. Aside from the net formed by the law of the world, he also had to struggle against the old man and the heavens. The net of law quickly descended and shrouded the area. It gave off the illusion that there was nowhere to hide, as if everything in the world was within the net. The golden light around Wang Lin's body became brighter and brighter. The earth seemed to have become the sea, and he was like the rising sun. The first spell Wang Lin had created, Sundered Night. This Sundered Night contained the law of origin. Back when Wang Lin was only a nirvana scryer cultivator, he had comprehended the beauty of the world by looking at the sea. He had taken it with him and turned it into his own spell. However, this Sundered Night was too shocking, and the amount of power required to activate it was far beyond what Wang Lin could bear. It could only be executed at a specific moment without exhausting one's origin energy. However, now that Wang Lin's domain had changed to true and false, his cultivation level had increased greatly after devouring the Tao fruit. The star of law had formed between his eyebrows, and more importantly, Wang Lin had comprehended the second spell. He could now use Sundered Night without needing a specific amount of time. Although the power wouldn't be perfect, and he couldn't use it for a long time, it was much stronger than before when he needed to use it at a specific time. More importantly, at this moment, Wang Lin dared to use and consume Origin Energy to activate Sundered Night. Even if he ran out of Origin Energy, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. He had the Mosquito Swarm. This was his ace and his life-saving spell. It was because of this that he didn't hesitate to come to the Everlasting Sect to help the Origin Sect ascend to the heavens. At this moment, as the net of law descended, Wang Lin let out a laugh and waved his hand. The earth rumbled, and an illusory sea appeared around him. Although the sea wasn't real, there were still monstrous waves. At this instant, the world was shrouded in darkness. Only the red net of law slowly descended. This sudden scene immediately caused the expression of the white-haired old man in the sky to suddenly freeze. Both of his eyes revealed a bright light, but he withdrew all the contempt and his expression became extremely grave. When he attacked before, he wasn't trying to kill, but mostly to probe and threaten. He had naturally seen how strong Wang Lin was. This kind of person had to become a member of the Everlasting Sect, and he couldn't be arrogant. He attacked with the intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson. He wanted Wang Lin to know that the world was large and that the Everlasting Sect was not to be messed with. However, when he saw Wang Lin use Sundered Night, he took a deep breath. He had long thrown away the intent to teach Wang Lin a lesson and revealed a hint of battle intent. What a strange law! This child's spell is indeed amazing. In the darkness, all the cultivators on the platform were shrouded in darkness. Their eyes were filled with confusion, as if there was a force they didn't understand surrounding them. This caused their hearts to tremble. Even the elders of the Everlasting Sect were the same. They didn't know that back in the Demon Spirit Land, Wang Lin had used Sundered Night to kill Master Void, the gray-robed Tian Yunzi, and the two late-stage Nirvana Shatterer clones of Tian Yunzi had all died. They also didn't know that Sundered Night was known as an extremely powerful spell in the Alliance Star system due to the battle in the Demon Spirit Land. The waves surged in the night, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness. It was as if even the net of law had been submerged by the night and had fused with the darkness. As it fell, it filled the sea, and the roars of waves that could shake the heavens and earth appeared. It was as if the sea was struggling madly. The net of law penetrated the sea and rapidly descended toward Wang Lin. However, just as the net of law closed in on Wang Lin, the waves in the illusory sea roared and an array of golden light slowly appeared. The moment the golden light appeared, the darkness in the world was pushed back. As the golden light became stronger and stronger, even more golden light penetrated the sea. Shortly after, a rising sun appeared from the sea. The moment the sun appeared, the world was filled with golden light. The dark night sky seemed to have been torn apart by the laws of the world, and it was pushed back like crazy with loud rumbles. When half of the blazing sun rose from the surface of the sea and appeared between the heavens and the earth, a deep voice reverberated in all directions. Sundered Night. The moment these two words appeared, a blurry figure appeared inside the sun. This figure was Wang Lin. The world was pitch black, and all the cultivators who had fused with the darkness felt pain in their nascent divinities. It was as if their entire bodies were being torn apart by the blazing sun. The expression of the white-haired old man that had also fused with the darkness in the sky changed greatly. He quickly retreated and formed a seal with his hands. The red light around him flashed like crazy and surrounded him to resist the power of Sundered Night that tore apart the darkness. As the old man retreated, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated throughout the area. In an instant, the golden light emitted an extremely bright light. The darkness in the world completely collapsed at this moment. Layer by layer, it rolled back and dissipated at a crazy speed. At this moment, the net of law gathered and shrouded the sun Wang Lin had turned into. It quickly fell on him, wanted to stop the sun from rising from the sea and trap Wang Lin. Wang Lin pushed his hands out, and origin energy surged like crazy. The golden light around him turned into sharp swords that contained the law of the world and shot out in all directions. The sea gave birth to the power of Sundered Night. Under the law of the world, there was no power that could stop the sun from rising from the sea, not even the net of law. As Wang Lin pushed his hands out, the power of Sundered Night completely erupted. The rays of golden light roared and rushed out. They could tear apart all barriers in the world, including the net of law. Thunderous rumbles echoed in an instant. The net of rules suddenly paused in the world, and cracking sounds immediately came from it. It collapsed in an instant and turned into nothingness along with the dissipating night. The fisherman cast the net in an attempt to catch the fish, but the fish broke through the net as it struggled and rushed out. However, Wang Lin was both a fish and not a fish. If he was a fish, he would return to the sea after breaking through the net. However, after Wang Lin broke through the net, he was unwilling to leave because he was an inverse cultivator and wanted to counterattack. His body was surrounded by golden light. The moment the net of law was broken, he stepped out and coldly looked at the white-haired old man who was constantly retreating and resisting the power of Sundered Night. "Do you dare to take one of my spells?" Wang Lin's voice was mighty and powerful. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended and filled the area. These words were shockingly similar to what the white-haired old man had said just now. But the situation was reversed, and Wang Lin had said them again. If it was before, some people would definitely say Wang Lin's words were arrogant. However, after experiencing Sundered Night, the surrounding cultivators were still shocked and couldn't extricate themselves. Even the elders of the everlasting sect were shocked and felt as if they were being torn apart by the night. At this moment, the same words contained a shocking magical power, causing everyone to feel as if they had stopped breathing. Chapter 1259. As the white-haired old man continued to retreat, his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward several times. Every time he pointed, a thunderous rumble would come from his body, and he began to resist the power of Sundered Night. This old man's cultivation was extremely shocking, and Wang Lin's Sundered Night spell wasn't perfect. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the old man was pushed back tens of thousands of feet. Finally, the power of Sundered Night dissipated before him. Outside his body, the crimson halo was like blood. Behind him, the halo became illusory and grew to a size of 10,000 feet. The crimson light spread out in all directions. "You took one of the old man's spells, and now the old man will take one of yours." The white-haired old man's expression was extremely serious. At this moment, he no longer gave off the aura of an old man. Instead, a shocking cultivation erupted from his body. The red halo behind him became even more intense, as if it was pushing him forward. He crossed 10,000 feet in an instant and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't have much origin energy left after using Sundered Night, but his eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. The star of law between his eyebrows flashed and rotated rapidly. As it rotated, origin energy gathered like crazy toward Wang Lin. With his cultivation level, it was extremely difficult to kill a first Heaven's Blight cultivator unless his injuries were completely healed and he no longer restricted his cultivation to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Only then would it be possible. However, it was obvious that he couldn't do it right now. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As the white-haired old man closed in, he waved his right hand. With this wave, a powerful force surged out from the illusionary sea below him. At the same time, an image appeared in Wang Lin's mind. In this image, there was a giant stone gate in the endless sea. It was as tall as the sky and gave off an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. This was the flowing moon gate that he had stored in his heart and taken away from the wind celestial realm. As the image appeared in his mind, it quickly replaced everything in Wang Lin's mind. With a wave of his right hand, The image he had brought into his mind was displayed to the world through a strange method. As he waved his right hand, the surface of the sea roared. Waves surged madly into the sky, and a gigantic whirlpool appeared. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and a gigantic stone gate charged out from the surface of the sea. At that instant, the scene that appeared in the world was exactly the same as the image in his mind. As soon as the stone door appeared, an indescribable pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing all the cultivators who were still immersed in sundered night to wake up. However, the moment they woke up, they fell into shock once again. They looked at the stone door in the sea, and a feeling of time involuntarily filled their hearts. The white-haired old man that was charging over suddenly stopped and gasped. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had seen sundered night and thought that was the limit of Wang Lin's spells. However, when the stone gate appeared, his mind trembled. With his cultivation level, he felt the feeling of time on the stone gate even more clearly, and he had a bad feeling. How can this person have so many spells? From beginning to end, he hasn't taken out a single treasure, and he has such strength with just his spells. Isn't this person a bit too strong? The old man took a deep breath, but the battle intent in his eyes became even stronger. With his status in the everlasting sect, he was not allowed to retreat. His cultivation level did not allow him to immediately retreat without fighting, even though he could vaguely feel that the world seemed to have changed slightly after the stone gate appeared. The moment the stone gate broke out from the sea, Wang Lin's body did not move, but the stone gate under his feet lifted his body up rapidly. As he lowered his head, it was as if he was looking down on all living things. Wang Lin's eyes were completely calm, without any color, but they gave off a desolate aura. This aura was like the wind celestial realm. It was so dense that it wouldn't dissipate at all. When the stone door appeared, the wind blew across the sea, past the stone door, and circled the world. Wang Lin's figure on the stone gate made the desolate aura even stronger. He stood there as if he was standing at the peak of the world. However, aside from the sky, there was only the sky, and it was extremely lonely. Within that loneliness, the desolate feeling grew stronger. It was as if it had accompanied him through countless years, as if it had lasted for all eternity. The white-haired old man's figure closed in, and the crimson light around him flickered crazily. The red ring behind him closed in as well, forming a destructive force that pressed down on Wang Lin. As he moved forward, the ground and the seawater roared. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the platform of the grand competition began to crack and collapse. The platform that took up a small portion of the planet suddenly collapsed into the sea. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as the old man moved forward, as if the sky was going to be torn apart. What was even more shocking was that in that instant, a bright red dot appeared between the eyebrows of almost all of the surrounding cultivators. This red dot flickered, as if it contained the essence of all the blood in their bodies. Only a few cultivators cycled their origin energy to resist the blood that had appeared between their eyebrows. This blood that was the law of the white-haired old man's cultivation. At this moment, his powerful cultivation erupted like crazy. While it stirred the world, it also affected the 100,000 cultivators. The old man let out a roar and charged out once more toward Wang Lin. However, just as he was 1,000 feet from Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if he had awakened from the passage of time. He lowered his head, and his gaze fell on the white-haired old man. The moment his gaze fell, the white-haired old man's heart trembled. He felt even more clearly that the subtle change in the world was actually time. Flowing time. Wang Lin's voice was very light, but the moment it appeared, it entered the white-haired old man's mind and affected his memory. This caused the old man's body to suddenly stop and float in the air. There was confusion and struggle in his eyes. Flowing time didn't attack the body or the origin soul, but the memories. When Wang Lin arrived at the everlasting sect, he gradually found that this flowing time was similar to the Tao elimination spell of the old man in the seven-colored realm. One breath at a time, The operation of the world seemed to become eternal at this moment. The flow of time became silent, one breath after another. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths of time passed. The wrinkles on the white-haired old man's face seemed to have dissipated a lot, but the struggle in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, he was immersed in his own memories. The 1,000 years of time seemed to be blown by the wind and flipped mercilessly. What flipped wasn't just the old man's memories, but also the memories of all the 100,000 cultivators. 1,000 years passed like a snap of a finger, and 10 breaths of time passed. Time was eternal, displaying its splendor in that instant. It was as if a large hand had flipped open the bewilderment that had been sealed. 1 breath of time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 breaths of time passed. 2,000 years of time was flipped open in everyone's memories. The white-haired old man's memories flashed mercilessly as he struggled. In these short 20 breaths of time, he recalled 2,000 years. His cultivation was also gradually declining. It was no longer active, and it seemed to be slowly dissipating. As breath by breath passed, the old man saw his favorite disciple from 3,000 years ago die in the demon sect. His body couldn't even be found. Only a broken sword was sent back to the everlasting sect. He saw the broken sword, and the sadness from back then entered his heart once more. He saw scenes from 4,000 years ago. He saw scenes from 5,000 years ago when he hadn't reached the peak of the first heaven's blight. He was struggling in closed-door cultivation to resist the rotting smell of the first heaven's blight. As his memories surged, he seemed to have returned to the past. The pain that came from all over his body drowned him like a tidal wave. His cultivation also returned to 5,000 years ago and rapidly dissipated. He also saw himself throwing his head back and roaring in pain. It was a roar filled with unwillingness. That roar echoed in his mind, and it actually caused the struggle in his eyes to become even more intense. The old man has cultivated for 19,000 years and will not be willing to perish under the heaven's blight. The old man has killed countless people in his life and has comprehended the law of blood. I'm not willing to become a fragment of the world. The old man is not willing. As the white-haired old man roared, cracking sounds came from around him. The old man coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. He had broken free from flowing time. As he retreated, the red dots between the eyebrows of all the surrounding cultivators flashed and left their bodies. They rushed toward the old man and entered his body. However, the old man's face was pale. As he retreated, he looked at Wang Lin with shock and horror that he had never felt before. What kind of spell is this? He had never encountered such a strange spell in his life, and this spell was beyond his imagination. If he hadn't struggled out at the critical moment, he wouldn't have dared to think about the consequences if time had been reversed. For the first time, he felt that Wang Lin was unfathomable. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of teaching Wang Lin a lesson, only endless horror. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but he let out a sigh in his heart. After all, he had just comprehended flowing time and couldn't perfect it. He didn't have much origin energy left, and his opponent's cultivation was too powerful. Reversing 5,000 years was his limit, so he couldn't stop the white-haired old man. However, Wang Lin was confident that this spell was enough to scare the old man out of his wits. A full 4 million words. Chapter 1260. Not only was the everlasting sect's high elder scared out of his wits, but the tens of thousands of cultivators around the collapsed platform were also scared out of their wits by flowing time. The power of Sundered Night had already shocked the hearts of all the spectating cultivators, let alone the never-before-heard power of reversing time. Under the effects of flowing time, apart from the white-haired old man, the minds of all the surrounding cultivators were sucked in, and they felt the reversal of time to varying degrees. The endless memories and terrifying shock caused everyone to look at Wang Lin with awe in their eyes. Becoming famous in one battle. At this moment, everyone here didn't know the Origin sect. Everyone didn't know the Origin sect's Lu Zihao. Feng Hai's resentment toward Wang Lin had long collapsed and was driven away by the awe in his heart. He didn't dare to raise it again. After personally seeing sundered night and flowing time, he was terrified and his scalp went numb. He knew that he would without a doubt die under such a spell. There were many elders of the everlasting sect who had the same thoughts as him. At this moment, their gazes were filled with awe as they looked at Wang Lin on the collapsed platform. Unfathomable. From the moment Wang Lin appeared until now, this was the only word that could describe the shock he brought to the hearts of all the spectators. No one could guess what other spells Wang Lin had not used. It was because of this unknown that Wang Lin's impression in their hearts became deeper and deeper. In addition, before this person even appeared, rumors had already spread. After he appeared, he was recognized as the person who had charged into the rank 6 and 7 regions and used the War Spirit print. All of this made Wang Lin even more unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Almost everyone believed that Wang Lin hadn't used all his spells. He must still have some aces up his sleeve. Wang Lin represented the Origin sect. After this matter, there was a saying that spread through the Cloud Sea Star system for countless years. He would rather go through the Beast Fog Realm than provoke the Gui Yuan sect. The sect leader of the Everlasting Sect, the white-robed old man, sighed in his heart. Although he had already overestimated Qin Wentian, it seemed that he had still underestimated him. Regardless of whether it was that finger strike from the sky, the extraction of astral souls, or the power of sundered night, or even the time reversal at the end, all of these abilities were sufficient to prove how powerful Qin Wentian was. This person must be a Heaven's Blight cultivator. Due to his heavy injuries, his cultivation level has dropped. However, his abilities are still there, so he can fight against the Great Elder. Furthermore, this person didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would definitely have obtained a lot of magical treasures. Once he took out magical treasures to assist him, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The Everlasting Sect must treat a cultivator like this with great respect, and we can't restrict his freedom. However, with this person participating in the Rank 8 competition, the Everlasting Sect will definitely rise. Lu Yinfei looked at Wang Lin's figure and was shocked. Even she didn't expect Wang Lin to be so powerful. Thinking back to what her teacher had said before he died, Lu Yinfei's eyes became crystal clear. Lu Yinsong had a bitter expression and secretly shook his head. He originally thought that even if his cultivation level wasn't as high as Qin Wentian's, the difference wouldn't be too great. However, it seemed like he was wrong, and he had made this mistake 100 years ago. If he had acted by force 100 years ago, he would have already turned to ashes. Li Qianmei's mind was also shaken. She looked at the tall figure and could no longer tell the difference between 100 years ago and before. She didn't understand why his cultivation level had changed so much, but none of this was important to her. What was important was that she had seen him here. What was important was that she had left the demon sect to see a person, and she had seen this person. That was all. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip. Every time she saw Wang Lin's figure, there would be a shocking change. However, she never would have thought that this encounter in a foreign land would cause such a drastic change. However, Mu Bingmei understood that all of this had nothing to do with her anymore. After they parted ways in the brilliant Void Realm, they had become strangers. Even if they met again, they would just brush past each other. It was as if it was destined that the relationship between the two of them would only be that of unfamiliar coldness. This coldness would always exist and would never dissipate. No one noticed that Wang Shanshan's eyes contained a strange light as she stared at Wang Lin. She gently bent her right hand, and a jade appeared in her hand. Everything she had seen was clearly engraved into the jade. Finally, she squeezed the jade and it turned into invisible smoke that dissipated in her hand. Using this strange method, Wang Shanshan passed everything she had seen to her teacher in the God sect. She did this unintentionally because she had the obligation to tell her teacher about the genius of the Cloud Sea. She even thought that after her teacher saw all of this, he would definitely recruit this person to the God sect during the competition. However, even she did not expect that the scene engraved on this tiny jade slip would cause such a huge uproar when her master saw it. The butterfly's wings often gently flapped. It looked calm, but in truth, an earth-shattering storm was set off somewhere. The old man has lost. The old man has never seen fellow cultivator lose spell before. I believe fellow cultivator's comprehension of the heavens must be very profound. The old man admires you. As the white-haired old man retreated, he stopped in the air, and his expression gradually calmed down. His gaze toward Wang Lin naturally changed to one of his peers. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, but his expression was calm. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator praises me too much." At this moment, laughter came from the Everlasting Sect's grandstand. The Everlasting Sect's sect master stood up with a happy smile and didn't show any arrogance. He stepped forward and closed in on Wang Lin. He clasped his hands and smiled. There is no need for fellow cultivator Lu to be so modest. All of us saw what happened today. Even the old man admires fellow cultivator Lu's spell. Wang Lin smiled faintly and clasped his hands, but he didn't speak. The white-haired old man looked at the Everlasting Sect's sect master and calmly said, "If the Origin sect has fellow cultivator Lu, it would be inappropriate for it to stay in the rank 5 region." As the high elder of the Everlasting Sect, he was obsessed with cultivation and didn't care about worldly matters. This was the first time he had said such words for a sect. This showed his desire to befriend Wang Lin, and he also wanted to make up for his recklessness in testing Wang Lin and teaching Wang Lin a lesson. The Everlasting Sect's sect master laughed and nodded. "That's right, Elder Lu is right. With fellow cultivator Lu's cultivation and the Origin sect, it would be inappropriate for him to stay in the rank 5 region. Fellow cultivator Lu, how about moving the Origin sect to the rank 7 region?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he clasped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, fellow cultivators." The Everlasting Sect's sect master waved his sleeves and smiled. "No problem. This is something the old man should do. There's no need for fellow cultivator Lu to thank me. But the matter we just talked about." Wang Lin calmly looked at the Everlasting Sect's sect master and smiled. "I can participate in the competition between the rank 8 sects, but I'm seriously injured, so I need to ask fellow cultivator for something to heal. If you give me that item, I'll naturally do my best in the competition." "Oh? What does fellow cultivator Lu want?" Hearing Wang Lin's words, even the High Elder was curious. The Everlasting Sect's sect master smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu can speak. As long as it's something the old man can decide on, forget the rank 8 competition. Even if there was no competition, the old man would still give it to fellow cultivator to heal himself." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his lips moved slightly. His divine sense entered the ears of the Everlasting Sect's sect master and High Elder. When the two heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at each other and began to ponder. "Fellow cultivator Lu, this is not a good place to talk. Now that the competition is over, why don't you come with us to the sect to talk about this?" The Everlasting Sect's sect master seemed to be a bit hesitant and clasped his hands. "Since the sect master has invited me, I'll naturally accompany you." Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect revealed a smile. He turned around and looked at Feng Hai and the others on the viewing platform. His expression became serious as he said, "Elder Feng, this competition is over. You will be responsible for the rest. However, the Everlasting Sect's rank 8 competition is about to begin, so before that, I hope all the cultivators here can stay for a few more days. Don't be in a rush to leave." At the end, the sect master's words were filled with coldness and killing intent. In order to prevent the true rank 8 competition from being revealed, in order to prevent information about Wang Lin's existence from being leaked, he had to completely seal off the news, even if he had to offend some sections. Feng Hai's eyes lit up. He understood the sect master's meaning and nodded. The Everlasting Sect's sect master looked at Li Qianmei, Wang Shanshan, and the others and hesitated a bit. After clasping his hands, he didn't summon them. Instead, he smiled at Wang Lin and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he immediately followed. However, before he left, he looked back and let out a sigh in his heart. He didn't speak. The High Elder stepped forward and walked side by side with Wang Lin. Along the way, he introduced the everlasting sect to Wang Lin, as if nothing unpleasant had happened. The everlasting sect wasn't on this cultivation planet, but somewhere else. Under the guidance of the everlasting sect's sect master, the three of them were all-powerful cultivators, so their speed was shocking. They soon broke through the sky and left the planet. They entered another cultivation planet and gradually saw the everlasting sect. The everlasting sect was a rank 8 sect, and its sect was an entire cultivation planet. There were many spectacular buildings on it, including countless pavilions and a large amount of cultivation plazas. When they got close, Wang Lin felt the power of a restriction that was everywhere on the planet. He could vaguely see that there were hundreds of spatial rifts that had been opened on the planet. They were all of different sizes, and it was obvious there were other worlds inside. The High Elder explained to Wang Lin, "There are 372 spatial realms in the everlasting sect, and 111 of them are endless. The rest are storage spaces or places where powerful cultivators of the everlasting sect have gone into closed-door cultivation." As they moved forward, the three of them passed by buildings and pavilions. Along the way, any everlasting sect cultivator that saw the three of them would become extremely respectful. They would quickly give up on their actions and clasp their hands. Only after the three of them left did they dare to move. The three of them moved very fast. It didn't take long for a mountain that pierced the clouds to appear before Wang Lin. This mountain was surrounded by clouds, making it look like a mountain covered in fog. It gave off a hint of celestial spiritual energy. There was also a sense of domain that surrounded Wang Lin when he saw the mountain. This domain was comprehension of the sword. It was as if the mountain before him had turned into a sharp sword that wanted to cut open the world. The moment he saw the mountain, Wang Lin's body trembled and his eyes lit up. Vaguely, he seemed to have discovered something, and his mind trembled with a loud bang. Chapter 1261. The everlasting sect master noticed the change in Wang Lin's expression and smiled. This mountain is called Lu Su. Rumor has it that in the early days, when the heavens and earth were first formed, a sword fell from the outside world and stabbed into this place, turning it into a mountain. Good name. I wonder who gave it this name. The shock in Wang Lin's heart was not something he revealed on the surface. He was shocked, not because of the sword intent, but because he found a trace of the memory of 2C refining the trident and casually throwing it into the mountain to gather his soul. The moment he got close to the everlasting sect's mountain, he could faintly feel the ancient god stars hidden between his eyebrows rapidly rotating. The name of this mountain was given by the first sect master of the everlasting sect, Zhou Yunsong. He spent his last years on this mountain and entered a dream to gain enlightenment. In his dream, he saw a giant sword falling down and turning into a mountain. There was also a mighty voice echoing in his dream that said the two words Lu Su. The one who explained for Wang Lin was the High Elder. When he spoke, his eyes were filled with respect. Lu Su, Lu Su, Bayan. The strange light in Wang Lin's eyes gradually subsided, but the shock in his heart was 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more intense than before. The word Bayan was very easy to hear as Lu Su, but in the language of the ancient gods, the meaning of this word was completely different. If it was more straightforward, it would be a sword refined from a star. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the closer Wang Lin got to the mountain, the more he could feel the deeply hidden ancient god aura. If he wasn't a royal ancient god, it would be very difficult to detect this aura. This aura belonged to a royal ancient god. This aura had existed for an unbelievable amount of time, as if it was even older than 2Cs. What shocked Wang Lin even more was that the aura of the mountain seemed to have become weaker and weaker over the years. Now, unless someone was close like him, they wouldn't be able to detect it. If they were further away, there would be no trace of it at all. In reality, this was indeed the case. Tua Sun had also come to the Cloud Sea in the past, but he had not sensed anything. As soon as Wang Lin's feet touched the mountain, he felt as if the mountain itself were trembling, as if a soul were slowly awakening because of his arrival. This soul was desolate, as if it had been buried here for far too long. Far too long. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He followed the everlasting sect master and grand elder to a tall building at the top of the mountain. Inside the building, the mountain's awakened soul was growing stronger and stronger. However, other than Wang Lin, no one could sense it at all. All they could sense was that the vital energy and immortal qi in the area were growing stronger. After being hit by this aura, the ancient god star hidden between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated even faster. The sixth star that shattered in the seven-colored realm showed signs of condensing. This discovery caused Wang Lin to immediately lower his head to hide the huge change in his expression. Fortunately, the everlasting sect master and grand elder didn't pay too much attention. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation had been recognized by them, so he was like a peer to them. After they sat down, a disciple of the everlasting sect brought them tea and respectfully left. The everlasting sect master pondered a bit and slowly said, "My everlasting sect does indeed have some of the extreme souls that fellow cultivator Lu mentioned, but most of them have been distributed to the branch sections." The everlasting sect master pondered a bit and slowly said, "This thing doesn't belong to my everlasting sect, but the god sect gave it to me. Not just my everlasting sect, but the other sects in the rank 8 region also gave some. The purpose is for us to cultivate them." Wang Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip to hide the shock in his heart. He clearly felt that the longer he stayed here, the more benefits it would bring him, but at the same time, the longer he stayed here, the more likely it would be for others to notice something was off. He could clearly feel that the slowly awakening aura in this place was becoming more and more intense, like boiling water. It wouldn't be long before even outsiders would notice the signs of this place. In particular, after reaching the Heaven's Blight stage, one would be even more aware of the changes in the world. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal if the aura was sleeping, but if the ancient god aura here continued to grow stronger, people would naturally be suspicious. What kind of sword is hidden under this mountain? How many stars does a royal ancient god have to waste his own ancient god star to refine a sword? Wang Lin put down the teacup and silently pondered. The extreme souls that fellow cultivator Lu wants are indeed useful for healing, but the everlasting sect master saw that Wang Lin was silent and looked at the high elder next to him. The high elder hesitated a bit and said, "Since fellow cultivator Lu needs it for healing, the old man thinks we can make an exception." It wasn't that the two of them didn't doubt Wang Lin's purpose for the extreme souls. However, both extreme and extreme yang souls had healing effects, and Wang Lin was indeed injured. The two of them naturally understood this. As a result, even if they were suspicious, it wasn't too strong. They had seen Wang Lin use his spells and felt that Wang Lin was mysterious. Perhaps the injuries of such a person couldn't be healed by ordinary pills. The everlasting sect master pondered for a bit and slowly said, "Forget it. After the god sect gave us the extreme souls, we have accumulated quite a bit. I believe that even if I give some to fellow cultivator Lu, the god sect won't know." The purpose of his words was to let Wang Lin know that what he was asking for was not simple. The everlasting sect had taken out a tribute equivalent to the god sect and given it to him. Although the matter wasn't as serious as the everlasting sect master said, it was the truth. Wang Lin revealed a grateful expression as he looked at the two people in front of him. He clasped his hands and said sincerely, "For the sake of my injury, the everlasting sect has taken out a tribute from the god sect. I can't thank you enough for this. I will definitely do my best in the rank 8 competition." As he spoke, the ancient god aura from the mountain entered his body through his feet and appeared between his eyebrows, causing the shattered 6th star to quickly reform. The everlasting sect master looked at Wang Lin and nodded with a smile. His right hand reached out and a jade appeared in his hand. He engraved his divine sense into it and threw it out. The jade immediately burned and flew out of the pavilion. "Fellow cultivator Lu, please wait here for a bit. The old man has already asked someone to bring some extreme souls." Wang Lin nodded and picked up the teacup to take another sip. He had been waiting for the sect master to say this. If the sect master had told him to leave, he would have found a way to stay a bit longer. In just this short period of time, the shattered sixth star between his eyebrows showed signs of turning into a vortex. As the ancient god Aura entered, Wang Lin could clearly feel that the sword made from the ancient god stars contained a terrifying power that even he felt terrified of. To be able to cause my ancient god stars to show signs of recovery in an instant, could the ancient god that refined the stars into a sword be? Could it be a 9-star royal bloodline? Wang Lin put down the teacup and suppressed the shock in his heart. On the other cultivation planet, under the responsibility of Feng Hai and the other elders, the tens of thousands of cultivators were sent back to their residences after the competition. As for the Origin sect, Feng Hai personally sent them off from their remote residence to a courtyard prepared for rank 7 sections. At the same time, a powerful formation was activated on the cultivation planet. Without a token, one couldn't leave, but entering the cultivation planet was fine. Li Qianmei also moved into the courtyard with the people of the Origin sect. At this moment, she stood in the courtyard as the sky gradually darkened. She looked at the sky and waited for Wang Lin to return. Mu Bingmei silently stood 10,000 feet away from the courtyard of the Origin sect. Her blurry figure was illuminated by the moonlight and looked very lonely. She bit her lower lip and, like Li Qianmei, waited for Wang Lin's return. She had some things she wanted to say to Wang Lin, and she had to say them. At the same time, far away in the rank 8 region, in the center of the rank 9 region, there was a palace that gave off a cold aura. There was a boy sitting in the palace. The boy's skin was rosy, but his hair was white. His eyes shined brightly, and there were 7 pieces of jade floating before him. Each of them had a name engraved on them, and the name of the person engraved on the 3rd piece was Lu Ziheo. The boy raised his right hand and pointed at the 7 jades one by one until he stopped at the one with Lu Ziheo's name engraved on it. After Master's aura spread out, I used the power of the God sect to search the cloud sea for suspicious people. In the end, I found these 7 people. After eliminating them one by one, only Lu Ziheo remained. There was a flash of killing intent in the white-haired boy's eyes. Just at this moment, he suddenly frowned, and his left hand reached at the void. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, and, as the fire burned, a jade appeared. This jade was something Wang Shanshan had used a special method to send to the everlasting sect. The boy's left hand reached out, and the fire strangely entered his hand. The scene of Wang Lin in the everlasting sect appeared clearly in his mind. The boy was originally sitting cross-legged, but when he saw the images in his mind, he suddenly stood up. At the instant he stood up, the 7 jade slips with names engraved on them before him, aside from LV Ziheo's, all shattered. A powerful aura similar to the one from the Luo Tian's master, Lu Fu, erupted from the boy's body. This aura caused the fog around the planet to surge violently. It's him. Even if I kill 1,000 wrongly, I can't let a single suspicious person go. Ever since I entered the Cloud Sea, I've been preparing for the biggest series of events in the Cloud Sea. Or it could be said that this is the biggest event so far in this book. Today, I've revealed the fuse. I'm confident I can write this well and make it unforgettable to everyone. It's still the same words. Don't be anxious. Let me slowly speak. Chapter 1262. As the white-haired boy's voice echoed in the gloomy palace, a storm was set off. As the storm echoed, the fog around the planet surged violently and let out a thunderous rumble. Master, I, Taoist water, followed you to battle the world and almost died many times. You didn't save my life in vain. The grudge between us is over. Although I took over the God sect after you died, since you were dead, the God sect naturally needs a new master. I, Taoist water, have done nothing wrong in this matter. However, are you dead or not? As the boy muttered to himself, his expression suddenly became ferocious. He looked at the void outside the palace, and his expression became even more gloomy. You should have died. Under the joint attack of me, the sovereign, and Tao Master Miaoyin, there was no way you could have survived. There were also several mysterious cultivators from the ancient celestial realm secretly attacking. Even if your cultivation was heaven-shaking, you would have without a doubt died. However, why did I feel a trace of your aura a few months ago? Could it be that you didn't die back then, but reincarnated? The white-haired boy's expression became even more ferocious, and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. If you had reincarnated, there was no way those ancient celestial realm cultivators that search your soul wouldn't have noticed. However, I can't be wrong about your aura a few months ago. Thinking about the aura from a few months ago, the white-haired boy's heart trembled. It was because of that aura that he felt like the sky was collapsing over the past few months. He even activated the God Sect at all costs to investigate like crazy. After connecting to the brilliant void Saintess Jade, even though he coveted the brilliant void inheritance, he didn't personally go and instead sent a disciple to receive her. He had cultivated for countless years, and this was the first time he had felt this kind of fear since his master died. This feeling made him recall everything that had happened before his master died. Before his master died, this feeling of fear had always existed. Only when his master died did he heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the fear from several months ago had clearly returned, causing his heart to palpitate with fear. After a moment of silence, the white-haired boy gritted his teeth. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he muttered coldly, "Even if you've really reincarnated, I'll kill you again." Also, those cultivators from ancient celestial realms were searching for the heaven-defying bead, but they couldn't find it. Master, if you're not a reincarnated cultivator, then the heaven-defying bead has reappeared. You're hiding inside the heaven-defying bead. I don't dare to touch the heaven-defying bead, but I can still force your soul out. The white-haired boy's eyes flashed, and he slowly sat down cross-legged again. After pondering for a long time, he closed his eyes. LV Zaheo, you didn't reveal anything that made the old man suspicious except for one thing. Hold technique. In this world, only Master Qing Lin and the old man possess this technique. The laughable thing is that Qing Lin thought it was a technique he'd obtained by chance all those years ago, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. He hasn't followed Master for as long as I have, so he doesn't know that the might of this technique is sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth, and it's an immortal technique from the ancient era that Master brought with him from the ancient era. Body stop, soul stop, immortal stop, essence stop, heaven and earth stop, star river stop, time stop, and space stop. After Master died, no one knew more about this stop art than I did. Now that you are in the everlasting sect, I'll let you live for a bit longer. Once I refine the nine-faced eternal reincarnation mirror and set up the reincarnation formation, I won't let you escape this time, no matter if Master cultivates again or hides inside the heaven-defying bead. The white-haired boy opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness. He was extremely cautious about this trip. What made him cautious wasn't Wang Lin, but rather his master. Therefore, he wouldn't act rashly, but he needed to be fully prepared. Inside the everlasting sect, on top of Mount Lu Su, Wang Lin sat in the pavilion and put down a teacup in his hand. The ancient god aura flowed through his feet and into his body, gathering between his eyebrows. The everlasting sect's sect master and high elder were chatting with Wang Lin. They were trying to find out where Wang Lin had learned this technique from. If this was before, Wang Lin would have ignored them and just brushed them off. But right now, the other party had agreed to give him the extreme Yin soul, and more importantly, Wang Lin was absorbing the ancient god aura of Mount Lu Su. As he continued to absorb, the changes here would become even more intense. In order to distract the two, Wang Lin's expression was calm as he chatted with them with a smile. Most of their conversation was filled with fog, but there was some truth to it. The Tao of heaven and earth comes from the heart. With Tao in the heart, one can naturally transform into anything. One can even use these things to fuse with the Tao and transform them into their own techniques. Just as Wang Lin was speaking, two rays of light came from outside the pavilion and landed outside. They turned into two middle-aged men wearing Taoist robes. The The two respectfully stood outside the door. One of them clasped his hands and said, "Disciple has brought the extreme in soul. Please have a look, sect master." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't even look outside the pavilion and continued to speak. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he finished speaking and looked outside the pavilion. The everlasting sect master had been paying attention to Wang Lin's words. After listening, he revealed a bitter smile. He understood that Wang Lin hadn't said anything, but he had said something else. In short, it was very strange. Seeing that Wang Lin was looking outside the pavilion, the sect master coughed and said, "Bring it to fellow Lu." The two people standing outside the pavilion respectfully nodded and walked into the pavilion. They stopped before Wang Lin and respectfully took out 6 small flags. Wang Lin took them and scanned them with his divine sense. He immediately found that there was an extremely pure extreme in soul inside each flag. While laughing, Wang Lin stood up and clasped his hands toward the everlasting sect master and high elder. He smiled and said, "Thank you both. I can't thank you enough." The everlasting sect master stood up and smiled. "Fellow Lu is too polite. In 5 days, there will be a rank 8 sect competition. I hope fellow Lu will go all out and help the everlasting sect win." The high elder also stood up and clasped his hands with a smile. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will do my best. Now that I've been away from the Origin sect for 100 years, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll return to the Origin sect to catch up with the juniors." The everlasting sect master's smile became even wider. Brother Lu is also a person who loves his disciples. Forget it, the old man won't stay any longer. Sunda, lead the way for fellow Lu to the Origin sect. One of the 2 boundless sect disciples who had delivered the extreme in soul hurriedly and nodded respectfully. "Goodbye." Wang Lin clasped his hands toward the everlasting sect master and high elder. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the pavilion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky and let out a sigh of relief. He had already felt that the ancient god aura in the mountain was getting stronger, and there were signs that it was going to stir up the world. If he was still in the mountain, it would only take a few breaths for the changes in the mountain to be clearly noticed by others. Therefore, he had to leave as soon as possible. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 6th star hidden between Wang Lin's eyebrows had reappeared and turned into a weak whirlpool. Although it hadn't completely recovered, it was much stronger than before. What a pity! But as long as no one notices, there will be many opportunities to absorb the ancient god aura here. Even the sword refined by the star point will fall into my hands. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he focused his mind and flew into the sky under the guidance of the everlasting sect disciple. After he left, the ancient god aura inside the mountain gradually weakened and fell back into slumber. From beginning to end, Wang Lin had been very cautious in absorbing, so he didn't attract too much attention. At most, some people would feel that the origin energy inside and outside the mountain was a bit different, but they didn't reveal anything. After Wang Lin left, the everlasting sect master's smile disappeared, and he said, "This person is not ordinary." The moment he arrived, he caused some changes to the origin energy here. The Grand Elder beside him nodded and calmly said, "No matter what, since he is a member of the Gue Yuan sect, he is also a member of our everlasting sect. It is best not to suppress such a person too much. It is a great event for our everlasting sect that he can participate in the rank 8 sect competition." The everlasting sect master pondered a bit before waving his sleeves. His divine sense spread across the entire mountain. "Gather all the high elders. We need to discuss this matter." Under the guidance of the everlasting sect disciple, Wang Lin broke through space and returned to the other planet that was sealed by restriction. The everlasting sect disciple was very respectful along the way. Although he said he was leading the way, he was actually half a step behind and didn't dare to pass Wang Lin. After entering the sealed planet, the everlasting sect disciple immediately took out a jade. After sending a message, He found out where the origin sect was and led the way. Shortly after, the two of them arrived at the courtyard of the origin sect. The everlasting sect disciple clasped his hands at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, this is the residence of the origin sect. If you have no instructions, Junior will take his leave." Wang Lin nodded. The everlasting sect disciple bowed and flew off into the distance. At this moment, only Wang Lin remained in the sky. He naturally saw Mu Bingmei in the distance and Li Qianmei in the courtyard. Li Qianmei stood in the courtyard as the moonlight fell on her body. It was as if she was wearing a layer of silver veil. Her beautiful face looked especially calm under the moonlight. Li Qianmei raised her head and looked at Wang Lin in the sky. She revealed a smile that could make one's heart pound. "You're back. You're back." Wang Lin landed in the courtyard and stood a few dozen feet away from Li Qianmei. After pondering a bit, he softly said this. The moonlight also fell on Wang Lin's body and elongated his shadow. It seemed to overlap with Li Qianmei's shadow, but they soon separated. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the gentle wind blowing by, causing the flowers and plants in the courtyard to rustle. However, Wang Lin and Li Qianmei were both silent under the moonlight. Chapter 1263. This kind of silence was the same as when they parted on Peng Lai. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, but this scene was still the same. Wang Lin's silence was because he didn't know what to say. Whether it was about forgetting each other or the bracelet Li Qianmei gave him, both made Wang Lin speechless. That bracelet saved Wang Lin's life in the seven-colored realm. He wanted to repay this kindness, but this kind of repayment didn't contain any feelings. His heart was already dead, and the only thing it contained was Li Muan. Unless the heavens and earth were destroyed, unless he died, perhaps he would choose a different path. However, right now he couldn't do it. Or it could be said that Li Qianmei hadn't truly entered his heart. Toward Li Qianmei, Wang Lin only admired her as a fellow cultivator. However, the appearance of the bracelet and the twist of fate made this admiration a bit complicated. In fact, Wang Lin felt that Li Qianmei's excellence shouldn't have blossomed for him. They only met because of those 3 questions. Aside from that, they were completely pale. The two of them didn't have the years of life in the Sea of Devils, the hundreds of years of waiting in the Cloud Sky sect, the shock of a beautiful woman turning into bones in the valley, or the 2,000 years of cultivation, Wang Lin accompanied by the zither music. There was also no messenger of the heavens coming. Wang Lin let out a painful roar that shook the heavens and earth. "Even if the heavens want you to die, I'll take you back." This was a promise Wang Lin made to a woman in his life. That was why Wang Lin remained silent when facing Li Qianmei. Wang Lin's feelings toward Li Qianmei were very complicated. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and softly said, "Can you sit with me for a bit?" She sat on the grass in the courtyard. The moonlight fell on her, making her look very beautiful. Wang Lin silently pondered as he sat down next to Li Qianmei. He looked at the bright starlight in the dark sky and the charming moonlight. He could still smell the fragrance from Li Qianmei's body, and his entire body seemed to relax. "How have you been these 100 years?" Li Qianmei lowered her head, and her jade-like hand twirled around a blade of grass, causing it to wrap around her finger. Wang Lin softly said, "It's been good. Did you see that painting?" Li Qianmei smiled and looked up at Wang Lin. Her calm expression contained a sense of beauty. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Qianmei's face. He withdrew his gaze for a moment and didn't speak. Li Qianmei stared at Wang Lin and softly said, "Thank you for your treasure. It accompanied me through 100 years of loneliness in the battlefield." Wang Lin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "I'll be leaving in a few days." Li Qianmei was still looking at Wang Lin. Her eyes seemed to be trembling, but her gaze was firm. She kept looking at Wang Lin. However, her fingers that were wrapped around the grass seemed to be entangled even more. No matter what, she was not willing to break free from the grass. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin slowly said, "I'll see you off." A smile appeared on Li Qianmei's face. She blinked her eyes and chuckled. "I thought you were mute." Wang Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Last time, you said you would see me off, but if I hadn't gone back to find you, you wouldn't have. Li Qianmei's eyes trembled even more violently, but she still looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin avoided Li Qianmei's gaze and looked ahead. He softly said, "This time, I'll see you off." Li Qianmei had a bitter expression as she looked at Wang Lin beside her. There was a sense of distance in her heart. He was very close to her, but also very far. It was as if there was no power in this world that could bring him closer. It was like a fish in the water and a bird in the sky. The fish looked at the bird, and the tears it shed fell into the water. The bird couldn't see it because what separated them was the sky and earth, the water that couldn't be broken. By chance, the bird landed by the river and saw the fish in the water. Perhaps it paused for a moment, but in the end, it spread its wings and flew far away. The only thing left behind was the wind brought about by its wings. It blew the water's surface and created circles of bitter ripples. The ripples moved the bodies of the fish and the bird that were watching the bird from the bottom of the water. This time, after I leave, it will be a long time before I can return. Perhaps I will never return. Li Qianmei's soft voice entered Wang Lin's ears, causing Wang Lin to become even more silent. I'm an orphan. Master picked me up and raised me. Going to the battlefield at the demon sect is my fate. If one day I never return, I hope you will remember. Li Qianmei's fingers that were wrapped around the grass trembled and tightened. She didn't tell Wang Lin that his figure had become clearer in her heart over the past 100 years. She also didn't tell Wang Lin that she had risked serious injuries to retrieve the golden immortal brush after losing it. She also didn't tell Wang Lin how much pressure she had to bear to come to the everlasting sect. Her weak body wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. Only the dead could leave the battlefield at the demon sect, and she, under the pressure of the heaven-breaking sect, the demon sect, and under the pressure of 100 years of killing, chose to leave. All of this was to see this person who was very, very far away from her. She also didn't tell Wang Lin that because she left, there were different voices in the heaven-breaking sect. There were even words of dissatisfaction towards her. Even the demon sect criticized her because she left. She also didn't tell Wang Lin that she would miss the chance to enter the demon sect and be acknowledged by the demon sect. If she didn't say all of this, Wang Lin wouldn't know. When I was young, I discovered that I was different from others. My hair was blue, and no one else in the Cloud Sea had blue hair. I still remember when I was young, my playmates all laughed at me. Li Qianmei softly said. Her eyes were filled with bitterness and reminiscence. I cultivated very hard, and Master refined many pills for me. With the help of these pills, I reached my current cultivation level. My cultivation level was given to me by Master and the heaven-breaking sect. That's why I have to go to the battlefield. This is my fate. Li Qianmei didn't loosen her grip on the grass. Instead, a crisp sound rang out as she plucked the grass out, causing it to remain wrapped around her hand. She stood up and combed her blue hair. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "If one day I'm no longer here, will you remember that there was a woman called Li Qianmei who quickly passed by?" Hearing this, Wang Lin felt a stab of pain in his heart. His face was slightly pale as he looked at Li Qianmei. After a long time, he gently nodded. "I will." Li Qianmei revealed a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in that smile. She looked at Wang Lin as if she wanted to completely imprint him in her memory, or perhaps completely forget him. There was a kind of distance in this world that existed the same as leaving behind and forgetting. They were both immeasurable and far away. It was like the fish at the bottom of the water. The moment the bird left, it struggled to jump out of the water. It didn't want to look at the bird through the water, but in the end, it only took one look before it returned to the bottom of the water and fell back down. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei, and the bitterness in his heart became even stronger. Vaguely, the scene of him opening the heaven-defying bead and stepping inside appeared in his mind. It was as if he saw scenes from his previous life. In the final scene, he saw himself becoming a bird flying in the sky. Vaguely, he seemed to see that the bird had once been in the air above a river. It had been attracted by a fish that shone brilliantly in the sunlight. It had landed by the river and taken a closer look at the fish. At that moment, the fish had also looked at it from the bottom of the river. Under the moonlight, Li Qianmei's sigh was like a gentle wind that filled the quiet courtyard. Her figure gradually disappeared into the distance. "Thank you," Wang Lin softly said as he looked at Li Qianmei's back under the moonlight. "Why are you thanking me?" Li Qianmei's body stopped, and she turned her head to look at Wang Lin. Her expression was still calm. Wang Lin was silent for a moment. He flipped his right hand, and a bracelet appeared in his hand. "It saved my life once." Yi Zichen sighed. The moment she saw the bracelet, the calmness that Li Qianmei had concealed on her face collapsed. She stared at the bracelet in a daze, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. This smile became wider and wider, causing her to become shockingly beautiful at this moment. Li Qianmei blinked and softly said, "I remember. I threw it away. I picked it up by accident." Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. Even if he were to say it himself, he wouldn't believe it. "Oh, so you picked it up by accident." There was a smile in Li Qianmei's eyes as she nodded. "I'll return it to you." Wang Lin knew that Li Qianmei had misunderstood. However, this misunderstanding was very difficult to explain. Wang Lin stood up and was about to return the bracelet to Li Qianmei. The smile in Li Qianmei's eyes deepened. She pursed her lips and carefully looked at Wang Lin for a moment, then turned to leave. "You picked it up. If you return it to me, I'll still throw it away. Remember that you promised me that you would send me away this time." Li Qianmei's voice was soft as her body gradually disappeared into the moonlight. She returned to the courtyard, to her room. Holding the bracelet, Wang Lin let out a sigh. After a long time, he put it away and looked outside the courtyard. There was another woman standing there. This woman was extremely beautiful, and she was also looking at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. Under the moonlight, this bleakness turned into loneliness as she silently looked at Wang Lin. This gaze made him feel like he had returned to Suzaku, back to the Hongyu sect. The woman with the natural water spirit root, Lu Mei, was standing in the Hongyu sect and looking at the young Wang Lin for the first time. This chapter was very tiring to write. It looked like Jin really didn't know how to write about this. After reading it, he would give her a monthly ticket to encourage her. Tomorrow, there was still Mu Bingmei. What a headache. Chapter 1264. Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei's gazes narrowed as they looked at the open door of the courtyard. It was as if that door was a ravine that could not be crossed. Separated by the ravine, the two of them became silent under the moonlight. This silence was different from when he was with Li Qianmei, but he couldn't tell exactly what was different. It seemed that in Wang Lin's life, aside from Ling Yuan, there would always be a figure called Lu Mei, or perhaps Mu Bingmei, accompanying him. Suzaku was like this. The Luo Tian star system was like this. Now it was still like this in the Cloud Sea. In this silence, Mu Bingmei lowered her head and gently stepped forward. She stepped through the ravine-like door and into the courtyard. She arrived at the grass a few dozen feet away from Wang Lin. Mu Bingmei raised her head and looked at the night sky. Her voice was a bit hoarse as she slowly said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Mu Bingmei. His expression was calm and no longer had the complicated expression from before. It was as if he was looking at a strange friend. Wang Lin calmly said, "Most things in the world are difficult to predict." Mu Bingmei's peerless face revealed an astonishing beauty under the moonlight. This beauty contained a noble temperament. This was the aura she naturally had as the brilliant Void Saintess. No woman Wang Lin had met in his life could compare to Mu Bingmei in terms of beauty. She was like a fairy that should not have appeared in this world and had accidentally appeared. Difficult to predict. A hint of bitterness appeared on Mu Bingmei's face. "Why did you come to the Cloud Sea?" Wang Lin looked at Mu Bingmei. Although this woman's avatar had brought him endless pain, she had also been deeply imprinted in his mind. He could never, ever forget her. However, Lu Mei was this woman's avatar. Everything about Lu Mei seemed to be carried on by this woman. Sometimes, even Wang Lin couldn't tell if she was Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei. However, None of this was important. Before Wang Lin left the Alliance star system, he had already ended all his grievances with this woman. The wind had returned, and his heart would never be moved again. Do you know a person called Tuasun? An ancient god. Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin with bitterness and worry. Tuasun. Wang Lin's gaze suddenly changed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He escaped, and the army of the Luo Tian star system collapsed. He killed countless of them, and they had no choice but to retreat back to the Luo Tian star system. They no longer dare to take half a step in. The Luo Tian star system has a powerful cultivator named Master Lu Fu. This person also retreated and didn't dare to fight with Tuasun. Mu Bingmei's words were very light, but the content was shocking. When Wang Lin heard it, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His aura suddenly condensed, and it was as if he was a volcano that was about to erupt. However, Mu Bingmei's words weren't finished. She hadn't finished telling Wang Lin the news she wanted to tell him. The star system occupied by the Serene star system was found by Tua Senator. The king of the Serene star system fell, and there were many casualties. The entire Serene star system almost collapsed. The four divine sect suffered heavy casualties as Tuasun advanced. Although the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor's cultivation was heaven-shaking, he was still no match for Tuasun. In the end, his fate is unknown. All the remaining forces of the Cultivation Alliance collapsed under Tuasun's attack, and they all scattered. Only the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, for some reason, didn't attract Tuasun's attention. Due to a strange combination of factors, the headquarters is still intact. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The shock these pieces of news brought him was simply too great. It was as if a carriage worth tens of thousands of gold had crashed into his mind and caused him to collapse like a storm. He didn't expect Tuasun's awakening to set off such a storm in the Alliance star system. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and softly said, "The rain celestial realm you care about the most was not destroyed." Tuasun also went there, but he was stopped by Qinglin. The two seemed to have an agreement, and in the end, Tuasun left. You're right. If Ru'er had chosen to stay by my side, then with her cultivation, it would have been difficult for her to escape this calamity. The brilliant void realm no longer exists. All the cultivators inside died in battle. Even the housekeeper who guarded the brilliant void realm died at Tuasun's hands, giving me a chance to escape. My body has already collapsed. What you see now is a body that I've reformed in recent days. My cultivation has also regressed greatly. If I want to reach my peak, it will take time. Wang Lin's shock calmed down at this moment, although he was already mentally prepared for Tuasun's appearance. Hearing Mu Bingmei's words still shocked him. As the brilliant void saintess, I have the inheritance of the brilliant void realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, the previous brilliant void saintess had a relationship with a cloud sea god sect. The head elder of the god sect owed the saintess a favor, so I used a secret technique to escape here. I wanted to cultivate in the god sect and borrow the power of the god sect to recover my cultivation. Mu Bingmei's voice was low, and as she spoke, her body suddenly trembled. What made her tremble was Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step forward and directly closed in on Mu Bingmei. He raised his right hand, and his two fingers formed a sword. His fingers moved like lightning toward the spot between Mu Bingmei's eyebrows. Mu Bingmei didn't dodge and was startled for a moment. Her face turned pale as if she had thought of something, but she wasn't sure. She let Wang Lin's fingers land between her eyebrows. A thunderous rumble echoed in Mu Bingmei's mind. A moment later, a rotating aura appeared between her eyebrows. This aura rotated rapidly, and there was a dense ancient god aura coming from it. This aura was so strong that others couldn't detect it, but Wang Lin clearly felt it. His expression was gloomy as he looked up at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu Bingmei's face was pale, and she was startled. Her face was filled with bitterness, and she retreated a few steps. It was as if she had lost all her strength. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mu Bingmei bit her lower lip and 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. In the end, she was still a woman. Her original intention was to tell Wang Lin everything she knew so Wang Lin would be prepared. She was worried about Wang Lin's safety and wanted Wang Lin to know everything so that Wang Lin could leave as soon as possible. Her intention was good. After I came to the Cloud Sea, I checked my body and origin so many times, but I found nothing. This body reformed, and even my origin soul was searched inch by inch. It's fine. Wang Lin lowered his head. When he saw Mu Bingmei's pale face and tears, as well as her regretful and panicked expression, he let out a sigh and softly said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. I personally saw Luo Tian's third-step cultivator, Master Lu Fu, being defeated by Tuo Sun and almost dying. With Tuo Sin's strength, you won't be able to find out if he left a mark on you without you noticing." Wang Lin's voice was gentle. He naturally saw Mu Bingmei's good intentions. Mu Bingmei didn't expect everything to end up like this, and her face was pale. Moreover, since Tuo Sun left an ancient god mark on you, he might as well have sent me a tonic. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand reached toward the space between Mu Bingmei's eyebrows. As the ancient god auras attracted each other, the ancient god mark between Mu Bingmei's eyebrows flew out and turned into a ray of aura that shot toward Wang Lin. The moment it closed in on Wang Lin, stars rotated between Wang Lin's eyebrows and directly absorbed the aura into the 6th star that had just taken shape. In an instant, Tuo Sin's shadow appeared in his mind. He let out a ferocious roar, but Wang Lin's ancient god body immediately appeared before him. This was a devouring and absorption. Although Tuo Sun was strong, he didn't leave much on Mu Bingmei. In an instant, it was forcibly devoured by Wang Lin, and his 6th star became even more stable. Mu Bingmei took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with guilt and complexity as she softly said, "Before he left the Alliance star system, he called out your name. He wanted to find you and even came to the Cloud Sea star system, but he couldn't find you." Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Mu Bingmei and asked, "Do you know when he came to the Cloud Sea?" Mu Bingmei pondered a bit and softly said, "I'm not very clear about the specific time. At that time, I was in closed-door cultivation to recover, but it shouldn't have been more than 100 years. 100 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. During these 100 years, Wang Lin had spent most of his time in the strange Dao seed space. He vaguely knew that his location seemed to be related to the sealed realm formation. Tuo Sun definitely didn't find my aura in the sealed realm. If I were him, I would consider if he had left the sealed realm, and the place I was at was related to the sealed realm formation. Once Tuo Sun tried to break the sealed realm formation, he would likely notice. As a result, Wang Lin's expression immediately became strange. If this Tuo Sun is still in the sealed realm, it has been several months since I left the 7-colored realm, so there is no way he wouldn't find me. But he still hasn't come. Then, I can almost conclude that this Tuo Sun somehow broke the sealed realm formation and went to the outer realm." Just as Wang Lin was analyzing the answer, a roar echoed across the ancient star system. A giant ancient god let out an angry roar and charged out from one of the ancient star system clans. Behind him was monstrous red light, and the smell of blood filled the air. This was the 9th ancient clan he had destroyed. Tuo Sun, who still couldn't find Wang Lin in the ancient star system, almost went crazy. However, just a moment ago, when he was about to slaughter the brilliant Void Saintess, his mind trembled. He clearly felt the imprint he had left on the brilliant Void Saintess detect Wang Lin's aura. This discovery caused Tuo Sin's expression to instantly turn ugly. A storm crazily erupted within his body. "You're in the inner realm. How could you be in the inner realm? I clearly searched the inner realm countless times." Tuo Sun roared like crazy, but at this moment, he didn't have the strength to break the sealed realm formation again in a short period of time. Chapter 1266. An undercurrent rapidly flowed through the Cloud Sea star system. This undercurrent came from the God sect, and it interfered with a series of people and matters. Li Qianmei was trapped by her sect and wasn't allowed to take half a step out for 3 months. Her teacher had come out of closed-door cultivation to personally stop his most important disciple. He had his own difficulties, but for Li Qianmei's safety, he had to do this. Although Mu Bingmei didn't know any of this, she vaguely felt like something was wrong. When she went to the God sect with Wang Shanshan, she didn't see Wang Shanshan's teacher, the person with the highest authority in the God sect, head elder Taoist water. Instead, the moment she entered the God sect, her freedom was immediately restricted. The God sect could provide pills to recover her cultivation, but they wouldn't allow Su Mu Bingmei to take half a step out. If the current her knew that even the rank 8 sect competition had been canceled by the divine sect, then with her intelligence, she would definitely have some suspicions. Although she might not be able to understand her heart, she would still be able to find some clues. However, the current Mu Bingmei didn't know any of this. Even Li Qianmei didn't know that the rank 8 sect competition had been canceled by the God sect. The undercurrents surged and filled the cloud sea. On the continent of Mo Luo, the disciples of the Origin sect were quickly gathered by Lu Yinfei and company. They used 3 days to pack up and prepare to move. They were going to leave the rank 5 region they had lived in for countless years. They were going to leave the continent of Mo Luo and head toward the new Origin sect that the Everlasting sect had opened up. Wang Lin was sitting inside a secret chamber in the Origin sect. His mind had fused with Tian Yunzi's soul inside the celestial sealing stamp. The moment he fused, he became like Tian Yunzi. He seemed to know everything in the world, but this was only on the surface. After fusing with Tian Yunzi's soul, Wang Lin sat there cross-legged, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. His will spread out, shooting up into the sky, fusing with heaven and earth. After a whole day, Wang Lin finally reached the point where he was one with heaven, and he was one with heaven. Wang Lin's nascent divinity left his body and became part of heaven and earth. As a result, he and Tian Yunzi's souls reached an unprecedented level of fusion. Inseparable. If he were to use Tian Yunzi's divine power to attack, Wang Lin wouldn't need to fuse with it to such a deep degree. But now, he wasn't launching an offensive divine power. Instead, he was relying on Tian Yunzi's soul, which contained a trace of his original body's ability to foresee the world, to deduce the source of his fear. However, this kind of deduction was too difficult for Wang Lin. After all, he wasn't Tian Yunzi, and he was only relying on a trace of Tian Yunzi's original body's ability to forcefully deduce. At this moment, in Wang Lin's mind, his vision was covered by an endless fog. It was as if there was a force covering the world, making it impossible for him to see the source. However, Wang Lin didn't give up. He activated all the origin energy in his body and fused with Tian Yunzi's soul even more deeply. Borrowing the power of this fusion, he seemed to slowly forget some things. He forgot that he was on the path of cultivation, forgot that he was in the Origin sect on the continent of Mo Luo, and at this moment he forgot all of this. The fog that covered the world in his mind suddenly began to spin rapidly. Rumbling roars reverberated in his mind. It was as if there was a pair of large hands rapidly moving the fog, causing it to quickly turn into a vortex. At the instant the vortex appeared, a thunderclap that only he could hear rang out in his mind. It descended from the sky and landed on the fog. In an instant, the vortex formed by the fog collapsed with a bang, and the fog spread out rapidly in all directions as if it had disintegrated. The moment the fog vortex dissipated, Wang Lin saw a scene hidden behind the fog. There was a pair of eyes inside the scene, and this pair of eyes revealed a ruthless coldness. The eyes appeared in the sky and coldly looked at a person looking up at the sky on the ground. The moment he saw this scene, Wang Lin trembled. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded in his ears, and his mind almost collapsed. The fog vortex that had been split open by the thunder immediately reformed and hid the scene once more. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes inside the secret chamber, and his face instantly turned pale. That earth is the continent of Mo. The cultivator looking up at the sky is me. The owner of that pair of eyes has heaven-piercing cultivation. Before him, I will without a doubt die. Wang Lin looked up. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the ceiling of the secret chamber and land on the sky. At this moment, the sky of the continent of Mo was clear and the wind was gentle. Borrowing the fusion of Tian Yunzi's soul to see the future is already my limit, but I'm unwilling. I want to see it again. While pondering, Wang Lin let out a cold snort. His right hand formed a seal and pointed to between his eyebrows. He opened his mouth and a ghostly light came out. It turned into the celestial sealing stamp before him. This celestial sealing stamp wasn't static. After it appeared, it rapidly rotated. A humming sound came from it and entered the mind. Anyone who heard it would feel their mind tremble. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and a seal landed on the celestial sealing stamp. The celestial sealing stamp suddenly paused, and a ghostly light flashed. It almost lit up the entire secret chamber. Inside the ghostly light, Tian Yunzi's soul appeared from the celestial sealing stamp. He walked out and stood before Wang Lin. Magic arsenal, returned to the soul. The world is boundless, accommodate the heavens. Wang Lin rarely said the chant when he used spells, but the spell he was about to use was extremely powerful. It was the profound Tao intent from Magic Arsenal. The moment he said the chant, the eyes of Tian Yunzi's soul shined brightly. He took a step forward and went through Wang Lin's body. It was as if he had overlapped with Wang Lin. At this moment, Tian Yunzi's soul suddenly turned around and sat down next to Wang Lin. It was as if Tian Yunzi's soul had become Wang Lin's origin soul. At this moment, his origin soul had returned and fused with Wang Lin. This was no longer the fusion that Wang Lin had done with the celestial sealing stamp. This was a true and complete fusion. As Tian Yunzi's soul sat down, it completely overlapped with Wang Lin. At this moment, it was impossible to tell the difference between Wang Lin and Tian Yunzi. His body seemed to undergo a drastic change. Sometimes he would become Tian Yunzi, and sometimes he would become himself. At this instant, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his mind rumbled once more. The endless fog appeared once more. This time, the fog was even thicker and turned into a vortex. As Wang Lin let out a roar, the vortex collapsed and scattered once more. What was revealed was a scene within it. This picture wasn't still, it was moving. Inside the picture, Wang Lin coughed out blood and his body collapsed on the continent of Mo. The moment his origin soul flew out, it immediately dissipated. The picture changed once more. This time, Wang Lin's face was pale and he was rushing through the stars. However, he didn't get far before a mirror appeared before him. What appeared inside was still that pair of eyes. With one gaze, Wang Lin's body collapsed and his origin soul died. The picture changed once more. This time, it was more complete. What appeared was the secret room Wang Lin was cultivating in. He looked up from the secret room and rushed out without hesitation. He ignored the disciples of the Origin sect who were cleaning up and rushed toward the stars. There was no passage of time in the picture. After an unknown amount of time, as Wang Lin escaped, the stars rumbled. Two gazes penetrated countless star fog and landed on his body. The picture changed once more. This time, it was Wang Lin who had turned into an ancient god. He was roaring as he battled the sky. In the sky, there was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. The old man simply raised his hand and pointed down. In the picture, Wang Lin's body suddenly lost all movement. He allowed the old man to close in and press down on the spot between his eyebrows. With a bang, he died once more. The pictures continued to rotate, and each time they rotated, they were different. It was hundreds and thousands of times. Wang Lin tried all kinds of methods to struggle and escape, but in the end, he still died. Die. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Cold sweat came out from his forehead, and his body felt cold. In a short period of time, his clothes were soaked in sweat. Die. Die, die. Even with the all-seer spell, none of the thousands of futures can survive. No matter what, I will without a doubt die. Wang Lin silently pondered. Madness appeared in his eyes, but even more so, he was unwilling. He was now sure that Li Qianmei's departure was related to him. Mu Bingmei's departure was related to him, and the termination of the Rank 8 region competition was related to him. There was an extremely powerful third-step cultivator that wanted to kill him. This wasn't the palm of a Dao master from the ancient star system in the seven-colored realm, but a third-step cultivator coming in person to take his life. I, Wang Lin, have been a heaven-defying cultivator my entire life. I have faced countless life and death crises. No matter how big the crisis, I have to face it. I don't believe I can't find a way to break out of this. If I really can't find a way, then I'll just die. I have no regrets. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space appeared, and several imitation heaven-defying beads flew out. His gaze swept past the beads, and he immediately picked up one of them. Seven-colored light shined in his eyes and enveloped his body before fusing with the bead. The bead absorbed the seven-colored light and suddenly collapsed. It turned into a seven-colored vortex and floated before Wang Lin. Staring at the seven-colored vortex, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and inhaled. He immediately sucked the vortex into his mouth, and his mind rumbled. Summon the Defying Ones, Heaven and Earth Divination spell. Wang Lin's voice was low and filled with killing intent. He used his body as the world to summon the Defying Ones to divinate the chance of survival in the future. The moment his words echoed, Wang Lin's mind trembled and a powerful force erupted from his body. This force rushed into his mind and tore apart the fog in his mind, causing the last image to appear in his mind. There was a person in that image. Old Man Lu Jinbiao, Dao named Master Jinbiao. Live broadcast updated, writing the second chapter, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1267. Just as Wang Lin was calculating with the Defying One's bead, in the rank 5 region of the Cloud Sea, on the continent of Luo, the disciples of the Origin sect had finished organizing everything and were waiting for Wang Lin to come out of closed-door cultivation. Originally, they were talking in low voices, and their words were filled with confusion and excitement. They knew that not only was the Origin sect not disbanded, they were going to move to the rank 7 region. However, at this moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened and an earth-shattering sharp sound whistled over. It was a golden light that crazily approached the plaza of the Gui Yuan sect from the heavens and the earth. Almost in an instant, the golden light arrived. There was a piece of jade inside the golden light. When the piece of jade arrived, it suddenly floated above the square of the Gui Yuan sect. This sudden change immediately caused an uproar among the disciples of the Origin sect. Even the expressions of Lu Yanfei and company changed. This was because the aura from the jade was something only a Nirvana Shatterer Old Monster could give off. It wasn't an ordinary Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, but one that could only be reached by peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. A single jade was heaven-shattering and caused the world to change colors. The clouds scattered and countless laws changed. Old Man Lu Jinbiao, Dao named Master Jinbiao. A majestic voice came from the jade and shrouded the entire Origin sect. Even the continent of Luo trembled from this voice. Lu Yanfei had seen a lot in the rank 8 everlasting sect, so she was no ordinary Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Her eyes lit up and she clasped her hands. I wonder why Senior Master Jinbiao has come to my Origin sect. You all are facing a great disaster, but you still don't know it. The old man will tell you clearly. 3 days ago, someone found the old man and wanted to buy the lives of your entire Origin sect. This voice was filled with an inexplicable pressure. The moment it appeared, it was like a thunderous roar that shrouded the world with law. It entered the minds of all the Origin sect disciples who heard it. Lu Yanfei's expression immediately changed. However, the old man has no enmity with your Gui Yuan sect. Although I urgently need origin crystals to refine pills, I am not willing to do such a thing. However, if there is really no other way, I can only take the lives of your Gui Yuan sect. There was a flash of coldness in Lu Yinfei's eyes, and she sneered, but the other disciples of the origin sect were all filled with fear. When you come back, you will definitely pack up everything and be disbanded. Forget it, the old man and the Wuji sect leader are old friends. The Wuji sect leader owes the old man a favor. If you can satisfy the old man will write a letter to prevent the Gui Yuan sect from being disbanded. Moreover, it is not the old man's wish to kill your entire Gui Yuan sect. If your Gui Yuan sect can take out enough origin crystals or something of equivalent value, then I will let this matter rest. The Azure Dragon's voice was domineering and contained a hint of threat. However, due to his peak Nirvana Shatter aura, this threat was extremely sharp. Anyone who heard it would be terrified. Lu Yinfei silently pondered, but her expression became even colder. Just at this moment, Wang Lin, who was in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the wall before him as if it could penetrate it. Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin's face was cold as he stood up and separated from Tian Yunzi's soul. He put Tian Yunzi inside the celestial sealing stamp and swallowed it. Then he took a step forward and left the chamber. He appeared in the sky above the origin sect square. Old man, time is limited. I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. After 15 minutes, the peak Nirvana Shatterer aura from the Jade turned into a powerful pressure. However, it didn't know that Wang Lin's cold gaze was already spreading out his divine sense. Wang Lin activated his full cultivation and his divine sense. It turned into a storm that swept across the continent of Mo. Using the aura from the Jade, his divine sense soon gathered at a mortal city on the southern edge of the continent of Mo. The capital city was extremely prosperous. At this moment, the streets were filled with people. In the southern part of the city, there was an inn. At this moment, there was an old man sitting cross-legged in a room with the door tightly shut. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he looked like an immortal. He had a head full of white hair and wore a Taoist robe. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and a jade pendant floated before him. This jade was crystal clear and had the image of the sun, moon, and stars on it. It was as if it contained the entire world, but what was strange was that there was no aura leaking out. Even looking at it up close, one wouldn't be able to feel anything strange about it. Only by looking at it with the naked eye would one feel a thrilling feeling. After 15 minutes, if you don't deliver the origin crystals, then all living beings in your origin sect will be instantly annihilated. The old man seemed to be talking to himself as he sat there. The moment his voice left his mouth, it was immediately absorbed by the Jade and transmitted to the origin sect hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. However, the old man also knows that your origin sect doesn't have any great treasures. Forget it. Leave behind all your bags of holding or things in your storage spaces, and the old man will pretend this never happened. Not only will it save your origin sect from danger, but I'll also send a letter to the everlasting sect's sect master. The old man, Master Jin Biao, has cultivated for a long time and rarely shows mercy. You all are on your own. As the old man spoke, he even shook his head. The rhythm of his words was very good, and it was quite vivid. After he finished speaking, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes lit up, and he revealed a proud sneer. He had long since obtained information that the origin sect wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being disbanded. That was why he had been waiting here. He was waiting for the cultivators of the origin sect to return. While the entire origin sect was in a state of panic, he would be able to succeed in one go. However, due to the everlasting sect blockade, he didn't know about the shocking news the origin sect had received and the existence of Wang Lin. This matter is almost in the bag. The old man has never failed before. Unfortunately, the old man can't appear. The origin sect's Lu Yinfei is known as the #1 beauty in the rank 5 region. Unfortunately, if the old man could have a taste, that would be wonderful. The old man let out a sigh as he looked at the jade before him. The pride in his eyes became even stronger, and he was about to reach for the jade. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. "You're Lu Jinbiao." This voice appeared too suddenly. The old man was so scared that he jumped up and his face turned pale. He turned around and saw a person standing in the corner of the room. This person had a head of white hair and was wearing a white robe. His eyes were cold, and when the old man met his gaze, his mind trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The old man's eyes were filled with monstrous fear, and he exclaimed, "Nirvana Shatterer, old monster!" As he spoke, he charged toward the window and was about to escape. Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man and took a step forward. A heaven-shaking pressure erupted, causing the old man's body to tremble, and he coughed out blood once more. The old man's hands formed a seal in terror, and he screamed, "Jade, protect yourself!" The jade floating in the air shined brightly and charged at the old man. It was so fast that even Wang Lin felt his vision blur. In an instant, the jade floated before the old man and carried him through the window as he escaped into the sky. The moment he escaped, Wang Lin's right hand waved at the void. The world rumbled, and endless pressure rushed toward the old man. However, just as the pressure closed in on the old man, the jade around him shined brightly and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin's attack that could kill a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator unexpectedly collapsed. The old man was unharmed by the jade and quickly escaped into the distance. Wang Lin was startled as he stared at where the old man escaped. He wasn't looking at the old man, but at the jade. In the last scene he divined, the old man, named Lu Jinbiao, appeared. However, Wang Lin was very puzzled. This old man's cultivation level was simply too low. It looked like he had just broken through from the ascendant stage to the illusory Yin stage not long ago. With this kind of cultivation level, even if there were more than 100 of them, it wouldn't be enough to resist Wang Lin's attack. However, this old man was unharmed by the jade. This immediately caused Wang Lin's eyes to shine. What kind of jade is this? Wang Lin charged forward and chased after the old man like crazy. The old man's face was pale and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with panic that had never been seen before. He had been a swindler for many years, and because of the jade, he had almost never failed. He had also been very careful, so no one had noticed him. However, someone had found him and was coming to kill him. Nirvana Shatterer, old monster. Thinking about this person's cultivation level, the old man's fear became even stronger. At this moment, he only hated being slow and escaped like crazy. Jade, Jade, this crisis will all depend on you. Ever since I obtained the jade, you have never let the old man down. Today is a life and death crisis, so you have to help me. You have to know that most of the origin crystals that the old man swindled were absorbed by you. The old man's face became even more pale. His words seemed to have an effect. The light from the jade flashed like crazy, and the old man escaped even faster. However, just as the old man was surrounded by the light from the jade and escaped tens of thousands of kilometers away, a ripple echoed before him. Wang Lin walked out and waved his right hand. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and a powerful gust of wind appeared. It turned into a storm and collided with the jade. Thunderous rumbles echoed, as if the world was going to be torn apart. The jade flashed violently, but it wasn't damaged at all. It turned around and continued to escape. "I want to see where you can run to." Wang Lin's voice was cold, and as he spoke, he stepped forward. His hands formed a seal, and a large amount of restrictions appeared. With a wave of his hand, they formed a cage that shot toward the jade. He began to write the 3rd chapter. For some reason, he was very excited today, so he wrote much faster. Monthly votes. Chapter 1268. The world was completely sealed by the countless restrictions Wang Lin had set up. It was like a ball that was rapidly reforming. The old man within the light of the jade pendant revealed a look of despair. But right at this moment, a hiss resounded from within the jade pendant, and a strand of pitch-black mist suddenly spread out from within the jade pendant. It transformed into an enormous centipede with a body of several hundred centipedes. This centipede was completely black and had a golden line on its back. It was extremely ferocious. After it appeared, it immediately turned around and spat out a mouthful of poison mist at Wang Lin. This mist contained a powerful poison. The restrictions that Wang Lin had condensed collapsed the moment they touched the mist. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't stop at all. He pointed at the sky and shouted, "Thunder of the world, listen to my command." After he spoke, countless bolts of thunder appeared in the sky above the continent of Imoluo. These bolts of thunder replaced the world and shot toward the giant centipede. The centipede roared ferociously at the sky, and it showed signs of fighting with its life on the line. At the moment the lightning closed in, a strange scene appeared. Black fog appeared from the jade again, and 6 centipedes that were 1,000 feet long appeared from within. A total of 7 centipedes roared like crazy. The poison mist filled the world and collided with the thunder. Thunderous booms shook heaven and earth, and miserable shrieks filled the air. 3 of the 7 centipedes suddenly collapsed and turned into nothingness, while the other 4 retreated hastily. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged into the thunder. He waved his right hand, and 2 of the 4 centipedes collapsed once more. The last 2 centipedes quickly retreated and were about to return to the jade. However, how could Wang Lin let them go back? He waved his right hand, and his storage space appeared. 2 short swords flew out and shot toward the 2 centipedes. Popping sounds echoed as the 2 short swords swept by. The 2 retreating centipedes trembled and collapsed. The 7 centipedes were all dead, so the restrictions Wang Lin had set up were no longer able to block them. They gathered like crazy and sealed the area around the jade, making it impossible for it to escape. Wang Lin's previous spells were enough to kill mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. However, even after destroying the 7 centipedes, the jade still wasn't damaged at all. The more Wang Lin looked at the jade, the more he felt that it was extraordinary. It had to be a very powerful treasure. When he calculated his vitality, the last thing he saw was Lu Jinbiao. It looked like Wang Lin was 100% confident that his vitality was closely related to the jade. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward and closed in on the light from the jade. He raised his right hand and was about to grab the jade. However, just at this moment, a monstrous, ferocious aura came out from the jade. The black fog from the jade churned once more, and a nearly 10,000-foot centipede charged out. At this moment, Wang Lin was too close to the jade, so the centipede was right next to Wang Lin. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of poison toward Wang Lin. At the same time, Lu Jinbiao's expression became ferocious, and he roared, "Jade, devour him! He is a Nirvana Shatterer old monster, so he must have a lot of treasures and origin crystals. Devour him. The old man doesn't want a single one. He'll give it all to you." Just as the 10,000-foot centipede closed in, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. With his intelligence, how could he not be on guard against this strange jade? The moment the centipede closed in, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. Roar. This wasn't the roar of a cultivator, but the roar of an ancient god. An enraged roar from a royal 6-star ancient god. This roar was heaven-shaking. It was as if a hole was going to be created in the sky. The earth rumbled, and in the distance, countless mountain peaks collapsed with a loud rumble. There were even rivers that flowed in reverse and roared. The roar of an ancient god combined with Wang Lin's current cultivation level could shatter any Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, cause the body of an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator to collapse, and cause a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator to be seriously injured and cough out blood. It could cause a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator's ears to rumble, make them bleed from their orifices, and lose all senses. Even peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be injured at such a close distance. And there was a brief buzz. The 10,000-foot centipede didn't even have time to devour before it let out a miserable roar. Its body trembled violently, as if a powerful gust of wind had passed by and a carriage weighing millions of kilograms had smashed into it. With a bang, the 10,000-foot centipede's body completely disintegrated and disappeared. His miserable shriek before his death still reverberated throughout the world, becoming a final echo. After losing the centipede, the light from the jade immediately dissipated, but there was a faint, gentle light surrounding the jade. This gentle light spread out, but it didn't match all the light in the world. It was as if this jade shouldn't exist in this world, as if it didn't belong to this world. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and immediately grabbed the jade. The moment he held the jade, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and an indescribable force rushed into his body from the jade. As it swept through his body, the heaven-defying bead inside his origin soul unexpectedly gave off a light that resonated with the jade. Under this light, the jade in Wang Lin's hand suddenly disappeared and fused with his body. It unexpectedly appeared outside the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead suddenly sucked the jade into the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, the heaven-defying bead suddenly collapsed. It disappeared into Wang Lin's origin soul as if it had never appeared. However, Wang Lin could clearly feel the existence of the heaven-defying bead. He even had a vague feeling that at this moment, he had become the heaven-defying bead. This feeling was very vague, but there was no time for Wang Lin to think about it. This was because the moment the heaven-defying bead disappeared, a rumble echoed in his mind and memories that didn't belong to him appeared. In that memory, it was pitch black. A jade pendant was buried in the ground, and after countless years, there was no change. Until one day, the soil near the jade pendant loosened, and 8 small centipedes drilled out and stopped beside the jade pendant. As if they were awakened by the power of the jade pendant, they actually absorbed the aura of the jade pendant. Time slowly passed. As the 8 centipedes absorbed the aura of cultivators, they began to emit the aura of cultivators. One day, the 8 centipedes trembled and their bodies died. However, their origin souls rushed into the jade and slowly turned into something that looked like a treasure spirit. However, this treasure spirit was formed by external factors, so it couldn't fully control the power of the jade. It could only use 1 in 1,000 of its power. After countless years, the earth trembled once more and the mountains and rivers changed. A corner of the jade that had been buried deep in the ground appeared above the ground. An old man with a bloody nose and swollen face fled in panic. Behind the old man, curses could be faintly heard, faintly calling him a swindler and so on. As the old man escaped, his injuries seemed to act up and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This blood coincidentally landed on the corner of the jade. The jade immediately lit up and the escaping old man noticed it. The old man picked up the jade, looked at it, and then immediately fled again. Wang Lin suddenly became clear-headed. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, only half a breath had passed. Outsiders couldn't see anything. Lu Jinbiao stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. He had personally seen the jade in Wang Lin's hand mysteriously disappear. His mind was filled with pain, and his connection with the jade had been cut off. However, compared to his life, this jade was nothing. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with fear as he knelt down and began to wail. "Senior, spare me, spare me. Junior has never killed anyone in my life. I only occasionally cheat and scare others. At most, I only take some property, but I've never killed anyone. My crime isn't worthy of death. My crime isn't worthy of death. Senior, please let Junior go. Junior will definitely repent and be a good person from now on. I'll never cheat again." Lu Jinbiao continued to kowtow. He was already scared out of his wits by Wang Lin, and his face was pale as he began to plead. "This jade is too shocking. Even 8 ordinary centipedes can reach the cultivation level of a nirvana shatterer cultivator. This Lu Jinbiao has used this to roam the cloud sea. He has cheated countless people, and no one has ever seen through him." Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't want to listen to Lu Jinbiao anymore. He waved his sleeves and put Lu Jinbiao into his storage space. "This person's crime isn't worthy of death. He has cheated for many years, and it has nothing to do with me. However, he cheated the Origin sect, so he should be punished. Su Ligua, you always complain about being lonely. I'll give this person to you to teach him a lesson or two. Wang Lin's divine sense entered Su Ligua's body, who hadn't come out in many years. Su Ligua was originally dispirited and had been cursing in his heart for the past 100 years. He missed the beauty of the world, and he often thought about the evil things he had done to others in the Luo Tian star system. He often wished he could experience it again. While he was feeling lonely, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's message and saw Lu Jinbiao fall into his storage space. He couldn't help but become excited and almost roar with excitement. Master, rest assured. Haha, little Su will definitely teach this blind fellow a lesson. I'll let him know how powerful I, Su Ligua, am. Su Ligua excitedly clasped his hands and revealed a smirk as he slowly closed in on the old man named Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao was filled with fear, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Damn it! How many years has your grandpa Su been lonely? How many years has it been? Today, the heavens have finally opened their eyes and let you, old brat, offend that fiend. Good, good. As Su Ligua laughed, he pounced forward. However, his laughter seemed to have a hint of Silver Demon's aura. It was already late at night, but there were very few monthly votes. As he was busy writing, he suddenly saw the results and roared in his heart. Fellow cultivators, today is an explosion. This is an explosion of at least 4 chapters. Unlike others, Su Ligua didn't use his monthly votes to exchange for updates. However, the slow increase in monthly votes was like a bucket of cold water. No matter how enthusiastic he was, it was completely extinguished. But I'm not satisfied. I won't use my monthly votes to exchange for updates. I'll use updates to exchange for monthly votes. I'll drink Red Bull and tear open a pack of cigarettes. I'm going all out. Chapter 1269. Wang Lin floated in the air and pondered. The key to his divination was Lu Jinbiao's jade. However, the jade had mysteriously disappeared along with the heaven-defying bead. This change caught Wang Lin off guard. He was puzzled and felt a sense of uneasiness. Since the divination is related to the jade, both the jade and the heaven-defying bead have disappeared. How do I resolve this? Wang Lin frowned and returned to the Origin sect. Inside the Origin sect, Lu Yinfei and company were waiting for Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, they all respectfully greeted him. However, Wang Lin was pondering and only nodded. The jade Lu Jinbiao had given him had become an ordinary item. There was no longer any Nirvana shatter aura around it. In truth, this jade was very simple. Lu Jinbiao had used the centipede treasure spirit to create it. It indeed had the aura of a Nirvana shatterer cultivator, which was why it didn't reveal any flaws. Now that the 8 centipedes were all dead, the aura disappeared and the jade became an ordinary item. Lu Yinfei looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Martial uncle, my Origin sect has finished organizing everything. We can leave at any time." Wang Lin silently pondered and looked at the Origin sect. He still had some feelings for this place. He had spent the first period of time in the Cloud Sea here and obtained the identity of the Cloud Sea. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slowly said, "You all leave first. I still have some trivial matters to take care of. If there's a chance, I'll go to the rank 7 region to find you all." There was a flash of sadness in Lu Yinfei's eyes. However, she also understood that with Wang Lin's cultivation, he wouldn't stay in the small Origin sect for long. He would definitely leave, but she didn't expect him to leave so soon. Biting her lower lip, Lu Yinfei bowed at Wang Lin. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. She let out a sigh in her heart as she led everyone in the Origin sect into the transfer array and left. Every member of the Gui Yuan sect bowed respectfully to Wang Lin before they left. As he watched the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect leave, Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the empty plaza of the Gui Yuan sect. He stared at the sky with a cold glint in his eyes. All the ways that I have deduced have resulted in death. Even if I go to rank 7 with the Gui Yuan sect, it will be the same. Even if I escape now, I won't be able to escape. I, Wang Lin, have been an inverse cultivator my entire life. Since I have nowhere else to go, I will fight for a way out. A third step, Almighty. If I don't die from this calamity, sooner or later, I will make a third step, Almighty, lower their heads in front of me. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He waved his right hand, and his storage space appeared. 2 short swords flew out. These 2 short swords were things he had obtained from the 7-colored realm. There was a seal on them that he hadn't broken. He had decided to break the seal by force during this crisis to add more power to himself. While Wang Lin was preparing for this life and death calamity, far away in the rank 9 region, in a heaven-breaking sect, Li Qianmei, who was trapped by the 3 heaven-breaking sect elders, looked at her teacher and softly said, "Teacher, can you give Qianmei a reason for not letting Qianmei leave?" Li Qianmei's teacher, the heaven-breaking sect's sect master, silently pondered. It was as if he had lost his vitality and only his body remained. Li Qianmei lowered her head and softly said, "Master, Qianmei grew up by your side. It was you who taught me how to cultivate and gave me my current cultivation level. Right now, the demon sect battle is ongoing. Qianmei has no other request. I just want to return to the battlefield." Li Qianmei's teacher pondered a bit and then said in a hoarse voice, "Teacher has already sent a jade to the demon sect. You can go back in 3 months. There is no need to rush." Li Qianmei's eyes narrowed as she looked at her teacher, and her mind trembled. She didn't understand why her teacher would do this and send out 3 punishment elders. The purpose of these 3 elders wasn't to seal her. After all, with her cultivation level, she wasn't strong enough to send out 3 elders. These 3 elders were obviously here to monitor and testify. What they were monitoring was... Li Qianmei's face immediately paled. She had come to the conclusion that the 3 punishment elders weren't monitoring her, but her master. Originally, Li Qianmei thought her teacher was like this because she had forced herself to leave the demon sect, but now her teacher wanted her to return to the demon sect battlefield in 3 months. It was obvious this matter had nothing to do with the demon sect. What exactly happened to make teacher act like this? Li Qianmei was a bit scared. She wasn't worried about herself, but for some reason, Wang Lin's figure appeared in her mind. "Teacher, what exactly did Qianmei do to make you restrict me for 3 months?" Li Qianmei raised her head and looked at her teacher with determination. Li Qianmei's teacher let out a sigh. He looked at his most important disciple with a kind and complicated gaze. After a long time, he slowly said, "Ew." Before he could finish speaking, one of the 3 elders immediately clasped his hands and said, "Sect Master, please reconsider. I know what I'm doing." Li Qianmei's teacher, the sect master of the heaven-breaking sect, coldly looked at the elder who spoke. "Li Qianmei, do you know a person named Lu Zihao?" The sect master's gaze fell on Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei's expression was neutral, but her mind trembled and a huge wave was set off in her heart. "I know this person. Back then, teacher sent Qianmei to the rank 5 region to find senior brother Sima's relic and jade. On the way, Qianmei met this Lu Zihao." The heaven-breaking sect master took a profound look at Li Qianmei and slowly said, "This is the reason I trapped you for 3 months." Li Qianmei silently pondered, but a force gathered in her weak body. She was willing to leave the demon sect battlefield for Wang Lin. Now that she heard her teacher's words, with her intelligence, she immediately felt a life and death crisis appear around Wang Lin. This crisis was so great that even her teacher couldn't shake it. He could only call her back. Although it looked like he was sealing her, he was actually protecting her. While pondering, Li Qianmei's expression gradually calmed down, but there was a sense of determination and bitterness in her eyes. She slowly stood up. Just as she stood up, the expressions of the 3 elders outside the formation became cold. One of them shouted, "Li Qianmei, what are you doing?" "Teacher, Qianmei has been an orphan since childhood and was raised by you. I have always been grateful for your kindness. You taught me benevolence and passed down principles to me. Although you are my teacher, in Qianmei's heart, teacher is like a father." Li Qianmei's voice was calm, but it was filled with sincere gratitude. She looked at her teacher as she slowly knelt on the ground and kowtowed once. Teacher, if there's a next life, Qianmei will repay this kindness even with my life. Li Qianmei's teacher's mind trembled. He looked at Li Qianmei with an even more complicated expression. He had raised Li Qianmei, so he knew his disciple's personality very well. You taught me how to cultivate and help me refine pills. You allowed Qianmei to reach the Nirvana Shatterer stage in 1,000 years. Qianmei knows that you used a large amount of the sex herbs for me and even caused some elders to be dissatisfied. They even had a lot to say to you. Teacher, Qianmei will never forget this kindness. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse in my next life, I will repay you. Li Qianmei kowtowed a second time. She would never be able to repay her teacher's kindness in her life. Qianmei also knows that those elders often suspect that Qianmei is a member of a foreign clan because of the color of my hair. They say that those who are not of my clan must have a different heart. They are dissatisfied that you used a large amount of pills for me and even dissatisfied that you taught me how to cultivate. However, you don't care about any of this and are still as gentle as a father to Qianmei. For me, you didn't hesitate to use your own origin energy to help me refine pills to consolidate my foundation. How do you expect Qianmei to repay this kindness? Crystal tears flowed down from the corners of Li Qianmei's eyes. She rarely cried in her life, even when she was ridiculed by others as a child. As if she was the only one in this vast world, she rarely shed tears. But now she cried. With tears in her eyes, Li Qianmei kowtowed a third time to her teacher. Teacher, even if Qianmei dies, I will never forget this kindness. But now, Qianmei has to leave. Li Qianmei raised her head and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. She looked at her teacher, who was like a father to her. Is he worth you going? Li Qianmei's teacher looked at the girl he raised with his own hands. In his heart, he had long treated her as his own daughter. He has someone else in his heart. That woman is very deep in his heart, and no one can replace her. Disciple doesn't know what kind of feelings I have for him, and I can't explain it. However, in the past 100 years, for some reason, his shadow still exists. It's like in my previous life, I was a fish under the water, and he was a bird flying in the sky. I don't know. Even Disciple understands that his heart will never accept the existence of another person. However, all of this can't be measured by whether it's worth it or not. I only know that if I knew everything and didn't go, I would never be happy in my life. Li Qianmei's voice was very soft, and as she spoke, even more tears appeared. Li Qianmei's teacher silently pondered. After a long time, he let out a sigh and slowly said, "The rank 8 sect competition has been canceled by the God sect." This sentence caused Li Qianmei's body to tremble. As a disciple of the rank 9 region, she naturally knew that the only one that could cancel the rank 8 sect competition was the God sect. Li Qianmei's teacher softly said, "Several years ago, the people of the God sect were investigating Lu Zihao until he appeared." Li Qianmei's teacher softly said, "Do you still want to go?" The bitterness on Li Qianmei's face became even stronger, but her determination became even stronger. She looked at her teacher and nodded. "I'm going." An ordinary person of the God sect can't stop the rank 8 sect competition. The person who gave the order was the head elder of the God sect, Taoist water. With your cultivation, is it of any use before Taoist water? Can you stop it? Forget you. Even if all the cultivators of the heaven-breaking sect work together, would it be of any use? Li Qianmei's teacher closed her eyes. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and blood flowed out. It was very bitter. However, the determination in her eyes didn't decrease at all, but increased. Disciple can't stop it, but I must go. Teacher, you want me to leave, but Disciple must go. It's because I know your personality that I immediately told you to come back after I noticed this matter. Don't mention this matter again. You can go into closed-door cultivation for 3 months, and you can leave after 3 months. Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly opened her eyes as if she had made a decision. Li Qianmei's face was filled with bitterness, and her beautiful eyes seemed to have lost all of their spirit. A sharp pain came from her heart and turned into a void, as if it was going to drown her whole body. Her body trembled, and she subconsciously retreated a few steps. She coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Seeing Li Qianmei cough out blood, the determination in her teacher's eyes immediately collapsed and was replaced with a complicated gaze. Teacher, you can stop disciple from leaving, but you can't stop disciple's Tao from disappearing. Li Qianmei lowered her head. Her voice was very faint, but there was a hint of farewell in it. You. Li Qianmei's master's eyes flashed. She quickly raised her right hand and pointed forward. It turned into an imprint that instantly fell into the formation. It directly imprinted itself on Li Qianmei's body, causing the chaotic origin energy in her body that was about to collapse to be immediately suppressed. Li Qianmei revealed a sad smile and raised her head. There was still blood at the corner of her mouth as she looked at her teacher and softly said, Teacher, you can stop me for a while. You can stop me for 3 months, but you can't stop me for a lifetime. He still hasn't answered my third question. Even if he's really dead, Qianmei will go to his world and wait for him to answer my third question. When I was young, you taught me that in life, there are times when you need to be persistent and have the courage to be persistent. More importantly, you need the courage to struggle and pursue. If we cultivators don't have this persistence and courage, we won't be able to cultivate the Tao. Li Qianmei's teacher's expression was extremely gloomy and painful. He knew his disciple's personality, but he didn't expect Li Qianmei to resist him with her Tao disappearing. He could stop her for a while, he could stop her for 3 months, but he couldn't stop Li Qianmei for a lifetime. Li Qianmei's teacher pondered for a long time, and his voice gradually became cold. Disciple has already thought it through. Please let me leave. Li Qianmei looked at her teacher bitterly. Disciple has already thought it through. Please let me leave. Li Qianmei looked at her teacher bitterly. Once you step out of the formation, you will no longer be a member of my heaven-breaking sect or my disciple. From now on, don't call me teacher, because once you step out, you will no longer have a teacher. You can think about it yourself. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeve, and the formation Li Qianmei was in collapsed. A shock wave spread out, and the ceiling formation was immediately opened. The expressions of the 3 punishment elders changed greatly. One of them shouted, Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Scram! Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly looked up and let out a roar. A gust of wind appeared, and the aura of someone who had passed the 3rd heaven's blight erupted. The 3 elders coughed out blood and were knocked back. Li Qianmei, teacher will wait for your choice. Li Qianmei's teacher's gaze fell on the woman inside the formation. His voice was calm, but in Li Qianmei's ears, she could hear a trace of trembling. Li Qianmei stared at her teacher, and the emptiness in her heart became even stronger. It turned into extreme pain that made her heart feel like it was riddled with holes. The heaven-breaking sect was her home. Her teacher was her father. However, at this moment, she had to make a choice. The surroundings were completely silent. Li Qianmei revealed a miserable expression as she lowered her head and knelt down once more. She kowtowed 6 more times. Looking at Li Qianmei, her teacher's eyes were filled with pain. You can leave. Li Qianmei's teacher turned his head and looked at the sky. He felt like his heart was being torn apart. Li Qianmei didn't say anything. She stared blankly at her master for a very, very long time. Tears continued to fall from her eyes. In the end, she turned into a ray of light and flew off into the sky. Without a home, is it worth it? Li Qianmei's confusion grew even stronger. After Li Qianmei left, her teacher closed his eyes. The pain in his heart came one after another. Sect Master, once that Li Qianmei offends Taoist water and the God sect gets angry, how can my heaven-breaking sect withstand it? I will report this matter to the God sect. Once the God sect is enraged, you will pay the price for this. One of the elders who had been swept away in the distance roared. Scram, scram, scram. Li Qianmei's teacher suddenly turned around and roared at the elder. His heaven's blight cultivation erupted, causing the elder to cough out blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he was knocked back. His body collapsed, and his origin soul screamed as he escaped. The heaven-breaking sect has been the God sect's slave for 18,000 years. Even your cultivation has been enslaved. If you fear the god sect and provoke Taoist water, then the old man will bear all the responsibility. Li Qianmei's teacher waved his sleeves and disappeared. Only his voice echoed like thunder across the entire heaven-breaking sect. Although his voice was loud, it couldn't shake away the cultivators that had been shocked by the god sect for tens of thousands of years. Their Tao hearts had been filled with enslavement. For example, how many people could see through the fog in the Cloud Sea Star system? Whether it was leaving the battlefield of the demon sect or making a decision with the heaven-breaking sect, Wang Lin didn't know anything. At this moment, Li Qianmei was like a woman without a home. She flew toward the rank 5 region in a daze. She had always been a lonely girl. Since she was young, she had been an orphan. Because of her beautiful blue hair, she had never been happy in her childhood. However, her strength and her tranquility had allowed her to continue on her path. But now, having lost her home, she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. The loneliness of her childhood pervaded the air, and her entire person seemed desolate and weak. It was as if a gust of wind would blow her away, and she would walk to a place where no one could find her, silently waiting for death. At this moment, in the origin sect in the rank 5 region, there were 2 short swords floating before Wang Lin. One was white and the other was black. The 2 swords intersected, forming thousands of sword shadows. They formed a sword vortex that swept the world. As he continued to refine and break the seal, these 2 extremely mysterious short swords in the 7-colored realm were slowly displaying their full power. As time passed, more and more black and white swords appeared around Wang Lin. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, until 1 million. The 1 million black and white swords formed a sword storm that connected the heavens and earth. It gave off heaven-shaking sword hymns. 5 chapters burst out, 14,000 words. He had been writing from the morning until now, and he was exhausted. Others would use their monthly votes to break through to a certain point, and their monthly votes would increase explosively. Others would use their monthly votes to break through to a certain point, but the number of monthly votes was pitifully low. Chapter 1271. This sword howl shook the world. It was as if it had turned into a sword energy dragon that wanted to break the sky. Under this sword energy, the world was filled with a dense killing intent. This killing intent was cold and gloomy like a sword. Wang Lin's figure became blurry within the endless sword energy, and it was impossible to see his body clearly. His surroundings were filled with endless sword energy. I didn't expect that by forcefully opening 4 of the 9 seals on the 2 swords, I would be able to create 1 million sword shadows. Wang Lin's eyes opened and shined brightly. His gaze seemed to have fused with the sword chi around him and turned into a sharp sword light. The moment he opened his eyes, even the sword chi around him froze, as if it could not endure it anymore. It was like an ancient ferocious beast was about to charge out from within. 4 seals are already this powerful. I've underestimated these 2 short swords. Since this is the case, I'll use my cultivation to open a few more seals and let the person who wants to kill me know that I, Wang Lin, am not someone easy to kill. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand formed a seal and pointed at the 2 short swords. The black and white short swords immediately let out a heaven-shaking sword howl. This sound was like the roar of a dragon, as if 2 ancient dragons were roaring at the sky. At this moment, the 2 short swords suddenly moved and pointed at Wang Lin as if they wanted to devour him. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, and the star of law between his eyebrows shined. As it rotated, new law appeared in the world. Thunder rumbled, and countless balls of thunder gathered. In an instant, blue flames appeared around the 2 swords. There was also an overflowing battle intent that erupted from him. 5th seal, break for me. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his right hand. Popping sounds came from the 2 short swords. A moment later, a large amount of cracks appeared on the surface of the 2 short swords, and they exploded. What appeared before Wang Lin were still 2 short swords, but now they could only be described as daggers. They had shrunk greatly. The moment the two daggers appeared, the sword energy around Wang Lin erupted. 1,000,000, 5,000,000, 2,000,000, until it reached 5,000,000. 5,000,000 rays of sword energy filled the sky and filled the entire continent of Mo. Even outside the continent, one could clearly feel the destructive aura coming from the continent of Mo. What was even more shocking was that all 5,000,000 strands of sword chi contained the power of lightning and fire. Furthermore, they were filled with battle intent. It was as if it did not need to be controlled to fight against the world. 5 seals equals 5,000,000 rays of sword energy. Good, then I'll give you a hand. I'll let your 2 daggers be refined with ancient god blood and break all the remaining seals in one fell swoop. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. He pointed to between his eyebrows, and his face immediately became ruddy. His body was filled with vitality. He forced out a mouthful of ancient god blood that could break all evil spells in the world. He stored it on the tip of his tongue and spat it out. It turned into a blood mist that surrounded the 2 daggers. At the instant he coughed out blood, the shadow of an ancient god appeared in the blood mist. That shadow split into 2 and fused into the 2 daggers. At this instant, popping sounds came from the 2 daggers, and they collapsed once more. They collapsed twice in one go. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the amount of sword energy covering the continent of Mo increased like crazy. 5,000,000, 6,000,000, 7,000,000, 8,000,000, 9,000,000 rays of sword energy. In the end, there were 9,999,999 rays of sword energy around Wang Lin. Just one more and the world would collapse. 7 seals have been opened. Unfortunately, with my cultivation level, I can't open the last 2 in a short period of time. Otherwise, looking at these 2 daggers, once I open the 8th seal, they would become 10,000,000 daggers. Just one more sword, but the difference is huge. Wang Lin pondered and revealed a pondering expression. No problem. Even if I can't open the 8th seal, I have a way to obtain the effect of the 8th seal. I'm an ancient god, and the body of an ancient god is the strongest in the world. I'm the last sword. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly inhaled. The 10,000,000 rays of sword energy that were missing one more shot toward Wang Lin. This scene was like a whale sucking in the world. Endless sword energy entered Wang Lin's body. As the rays of sword energy entered, a thunderous rumble came from Wang Lin's body. The killing intent coming from his body was enough to shock anyone who saw it. Ordinary cultivators couldn't absorb this much sword energy, but Wang Lin was an ancient god, so he wasn't affected. As he absorbed, even his body seemed to turn silver. Condense. Wang Lin let out a roar, and the 10,000,000 rays of sword energy that had entered his body condensed like crazy. Finally, they gathered in his right index finger. These 2 short swords are strange. As the 10,000,000 rays of sword energy gathered in Wang Lin's right index finger, the world became clear again. The 2 daggers before him turned into 2 strands of black and white gas and entered Wang Lin's finger. 2 illusory deer seemed to be neighing as they circled around Wang Lin's index finger. Eventually, they turned into 2 totems that smashed down. Right now, Wang Lin's index finger was powerful enough to destroy a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. Even ordinary pseudo-Nirvana Void treasures couldn't compare. If they were to collide with Wang Lin's index finger, they would collapse. What was even more terrifying was that this index finger contained the laws of thunder, fire, and battle. It also contained Wang Lin's power as an ancient god. Just one finger could shock ghosts and gods. Even a powerful Heaven's Blight cultivator would have to retreat from this finger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he blew out a mouthful of air. The air landed on his right index finger, and the 2 deer totems were hidden. His finger returned to normal, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it. If I can catch them off guard, this 10,000,000 rays of sword energy will definitely make the person who wants to kill me make a mistake. Wang Lin sneered as he looked up at the sky. His eyes were gloomy. There are too many mortals on the continent of Mo. Once there is a battle, it is my responsibility as a cultivator. Wang Lin silently stood up and turned into a ray of light that charged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had left the continent of Mo at an unimaginable speed. His figure was blurry among the stars, but it didn't take long for him to find a wild continent. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged toward the wild continent. With a bang, his feet landed on the wild continent. His powerful divine sense spread out and covered the entire continent. Since I can't escape, then I'll use this place as the battlefield. Wang Lin chose the highest peak in the mountain range and sat down. I fused with Tian Yunzi's soul and calculated that there are 7 more days before this life and death crisis. 7 days is enough for me to prepare. As he muttered to himself, he raised his right hand and hit his forehead. With a bang, more than 100 milky white auras flew out from Wang Lin's forehead. The moment these 100 milky white auras appeared, they immediately shrank into 100 balls of light. The world is impermanent. Form 100 avatars, ancient spell. As Wang Lin spoke, the 100 balls of light began to move. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 100 Wang Lins. These were avatars and also avatars. This was an ancient god spell that Wang Lin used after his 6th star recovered a bit. As he pushed his hand out, the 100 avatars scattered in all directions. They charged out of the wild continent and flew through the star fog. Wang Lin closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Each of his 100 avatars had the power of an ancient god and were extremely powerful. During these 2 days, due to Wang Lin's understanding of the Rank 5 region star map, he quickly covered most of the Rank 5 region and moved over 100 wild continents from all over the Rank 5 region. These 100 wild continents were moved by Wang Lin's avatars like crazy and surrounded the wild continent Wang Lin was on. This scene was enough to shock all the cultivators of the Rank 5 region. Right now, the 100 wild continents where Wang Lin was on occupied a large star domain. From afar, it looked like a tribe of the ancient star system. When these wild continents arrived, they surrounded Wang Lin and formed a large formation. This formation used the continents as the frame and had reached an extremely powerful level. The 100 avatars returned to Wang Lin's body one by one. He opened his eyes and waved his hand. The annihilation restriction surrounded him and formed runes that rotated around him. Staring at the runes, Wang Lin revealed a sneer. His hand moved like the wind and didn't stop at all. As he waved his hand, restrictions continued to appear and gradually covered the entire wild continent. As he waved his hand, the restrictions spread like crazy and covered one wild continent after another. Eventually, they shrouded all the wild continents and formed one. Using so many restrictions consumed a large amount of origin energy, but Wang Lin was half a step into the Nirvana Shatterer stage, so he could absorb endless origin energy. He also had a large amount of origin crystals stored up, so he didn't hesitate to take them out to absorb. He also called out the woman in silver from his storage space and ordered her to use the life and death restriction. The woman in silver didn't hesitate to use it. With enough origin crystals, the death restriction was synchronized with Wang Lin's and shrouded all the continents. If this was it, it wouldn't show how powerful Wang Lin was. After he left the 7-colored realm, he began to study the time restriction. Although he hadn't completely understood it, as the inheritor of the annihilation restriction, he had grasped a bit of it. At this moment, the time restriction continued to appear, and on the 5th day, the time restriction also shrouded all the continents. The power of the time restriction lies in time. I have flowing time, so I only need to reverse time for the time restriction to reach a certain level of power in a short period of time. The fusion of the 3 great restrictions is heaven-shaking. Even though you are a 3rd-step cultivator, it will not be easy for you to kill me, Wang Lin. I still have a lot of methods waiting for you to arrive. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. There was an urgent matter at home today, so the update is late. I won't be able to finish the second chapter, so I'll update tomorrow. Fellow cultivators, please forgive me. Chapter 1272. Time was like a blade hanging in the sky, cutting down on Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. There were still 2 more days. At this moment, there were nearly 100 wild continents around Wang Lin. These continents were arranged in a strange way and contained the power of the heavens and earth. There was also a hint of law. In particular, the 3 great restrictions that Wang Lin and the woman in silver had used shrouded these 100 continents. The 3 great restrictions fused to form a destructive storm, but it didn't erupt. Instead, Wang Lin continued to compress it until the 100 wild continents were refined into a giant formation treasure. Back then, Master Flamespark had used the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment to refine a heaven-defying treasure. Although Wang Lin's formation materials weren't as good as Master Flamespark's, his spells were comparable. Due to the 3 great restrictions, he even showed signs of surpassing Master Flamespark. Even if Master Flamespark were to fight Wang Lin, he would still lose. These 100 wild continents gave off a powerful aura, but under Wang Lin's compression, they slowly hid. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could hide from the third-step cultivator that wanted to kill him, but he was using this to accumulate power. Once it reached a certain point, it would erupt with the most powerful force. In all of Wang Lin's life and death battles, it was rare for him to prepare like this in such a short period of time. The more he prepared, the more likely he would be to survive. This time, Wang Lin had divined that a third-step cultivator wanted to kill him, so he had almost no chance of surviving. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't Wang Lin, any other cultivator would have collapsed in despair. It would have been difficult for them to resist. After all, it seemed like all resistance would turn to dust before a third-step cultivator. No matter how much he did, it would be useless. However, as a heaven-defying cultivator and a royal ancient god, Wang Lin's pride, dignity, and will to defy the heavens wouldn't allow him to yield. Not even a third-step cultivator. I can die, but I will die in battle, not in humiliation. If you want to kill me, you must pay the price. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. After 5 days of continuous preparation, his battle intent had reached a peak. At this moment, he took a deep breath, his hands formed a seal, and he waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a blood gust of wind appeared around Wang Lin and swept across the wild continents. In a short period of time, it spread to all the wild continents until it surrounded all of them. There were a large number of fierce beasts on these wild continents. When Wang Lin moved these continents, he didn't drive them away. As a result, the number of fierce beasts on these 100 continents had reached a terrifying number. The sacred ancestor of the Symbol clan once taught me the talisman art. Later on, Tashan also secretly told me the talisman art that he comprehended. This talisman art is refined from the skin of a beast. It takes the essence of the beast and turns it into a talisman art that can shake the world. However, this spell is too terrifying and requires a lot of life. I originally didn't want to use it, but now I have to. There was a flash of red light in Wang Lin's eyes, and he opened his mouth to chant an extremely complex spell. This spell turned into runes that appeared around him and fused with the bloodstorm. In a flash, it filled the entire wild continent. On these hundreds of continents, the beasts trembled in the blood-colored storm and let out miserable screams. Their flesh and blood rapidly withered, and even their bones melted. All of their essence blood gathered on a piece of skin between their eyebrows, forming a blood-colored rune. The uncountable number of fierce beasts let out miserable screams that echoed across the Rank 5 region. This caused all the cultivators in the Rank 5 region to feel fear. Some of the weaker cultivators were hallucinating and almost couldn't control their minds. As the fierce beasts collapsed one by one, the runes floated above the 100 continents. They covered the sky and gave off a shocking pressure. This pressure was enough to destroy a late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. It was enough to cause their body to instantly collapse and their origin soul to be unable to escape. Millions of sword energy condensed into a finger sword. This is the first counterattack I prepared for the third step cultivator that wants to kill me. Nearly 100 wild continents fused with the 3 great restrictions to form a destructive force. This is the second counterattack I prepared for him. Countless fierce beasts turned into runes that contain the destructive force of the world. This is the third counterattack. The countless origin crystals around Wang Lin collapsed as he activated and absorbed them. They lost all their origin energy and dissipated. Even someone at the Heaven's Blight stage will die to these 3 great killing spells. However, this is not the limit of my 2,000 years of cultivation. Wang Lin had given it his all for this battle. He took a deep breath, and his right hand reached to the void. A crack through his storage space appeared, and a ray of thunder flew out. The moment the thunder appeared, a roar came from the thunder beast that was formed after the god-slaying war chariot was unsealed. The moment the beast appeared, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and popping sounds rang out. The thunder beast that was decorated by Master Flame's Park trembled, and all the decorations collapsed. It returned to its original majestic appearance. Roar! The thunder beast let out a roar, and its body trembled. Its eyes shined brightly and revealed a serious expression. It was already intelligent, so it naturally knew that Wang Lin was facing a life and death crisis. There are still several seals on the god-slaying war chariot. If it was my usual cultivation level, I wouldn't be able to open them, but now I can. Wang Lin took a deep breath and blew forward. A gust of wind came from his mouth and landed on the thunder beast. This caused the thunder beast to tremble violently, and crackling sounds came from its body as if a mirror was shattering. Release all the seals on the second god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and revealed 2 rays of coldness. He landed on the god-slaying war chariot along with a gust of wind and coughed out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. The thunder beast let out a pained roar, and its body began to rapidly grow larger. The seals on its body began to shatter, and one seal after another opened. Finally, all of them were gone. The god-slaying war chariot that was buried along with the collapse of the celestial realm before it could do anything was revealed to the world at this moment. As the thunder beast's body expanded, it instantly became tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body also rapidly changed. Its lower body moved and turned into a giant war chariot. Its upper body changed dramatically and turned into a giant spear that was 100,000 feet long. This spear was connected to the war chariot and released endless thunder lightning as it appeared before Wang Lin. A heaven-shaking aura erupted from the war chariot and rushed toward Wang Lin's body, causing Wang Lin's breathing to stop for a moment. Even the land began to shake, and the nearly 100 wildlands that were covered by the 3 great restrictive spells also began to shake. No wonder it's called the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The giant god-slaying war chariot landed firmly on the ground. To Wang Lin's left, the 100,000-foot-long spear pointed toward the sky with cold, killing intent. Wang Lin's right hand reached out again, and a 5-color butterfly flew out from his storage space. It flapped its wings and circled around Wang Lin's body. There are also blood swallows around the butterfly. This third god-slaying war chariot is the strongest. Even now, I can't open all of the seals on it, but I'm confident I can open all of them. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. Blood flowed out and landed on the butterfly. Suddenly, the butterfly's body trembled, and even the flapping of its wings stopped. Gradually, a huge cocoon appeared around it. This cocoon was the same as the one that broke the butterfly. The moment it appeared, endless origin energy gathered around it. Even Wang Lin's origin energy was being rapidly absorbed. As it absorbed origin energy, the cocoon grew larger and larger until it was 10,000 feet wide. It stood tall in the sky. Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to take out origin crystals and absorb origin energy to replenish himself. Gradually, the cocoon stopped growing, but the aura inside it became more and more powerful. Time slowly passed. One day later, The cocoon floating in the sky suddenly collapsed, and countless shockwaves spread out in all directions. Even Wang Lin was blown back tens of thousands of feet. His eyes were filled with joy. As the cocoon collapsed, a war chariot that was thousands of feet wide and covered in a seven-colored glow was revealed. This war chariot didn't have a spear. Instead, it had 7 ferocious spikes that were 1,000 feet long. As it absorbed origin energy, the spikes began to shine with a 7-colored glow. As Wang Lin moved forward, this war chariot and the spear war chariot lined up beside Wang Lin. These 2 god-slaying war chariots are the 4th counterattack I prepared. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time. Otherwise, if I had more time, I might have been able to prepare a few more. Wang Lin silently looked up at the sky. There was only 1 day left. There were only 24 hours left. He had calculated that the person who wanted to kill him would arrive in 24 hours. A life-and-death crisis was about to begin. My last preparation is to suck out the blood rust from the broken iron sword within these 24 hours. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 2 pieces of the iron sword flew out from his storage space. Even if the iron sword was repaired, it wouldn't be enough to resist this calamity. Wang Lin didn't plan on repairing it, because there wasn't enough time. What he wanted was the blood on the iron sword. I can't sense anything from this blood stain, but I can feel that it contains an unimaginable power. It's similar to the blood of an ancient god, but at the same time, it's also different. It's even similar to the Heaven's Way blood that the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor mentioned. Wang Lin suddenly opened his mouth, and a suction force surrounded the 2 iron swords. He swallowed them and began refining them inside his origin soul. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.